I stop coming and call the people on the election.
And I clearly come to that conclusion from my own experiences and my interactions with people. But to say that a person who votes,
I'm sorry,
that's okay. But to say that I think your microphone, maybe I'm. Thank you. To say that a person is, if they are one issue oriented in their voting, in other words, they vote for the issue that's most important to them, is un-American, I think is a leap that one ought to be careful about taking. I know people who are Democrats who have run for office on the Democratic ticket who are in all other respects liberal in their outlook, but who are Catholic, who have voted against pro-abortion Democratic candidates, voting instead for the Republican candidate because they are one issue oriented. To them, that issue overspreads any other considerations. So I feel a little
very fair what you said. I'm a little bit emotional about this right now. I don't know if we're going to make another 2 years with this guy in office, and this is a person that's enriched himself more than any other president in 2 years. And you guys can say what you want. We have a lot to digest just because of Iran, and we're going to be I've never seen anti-Semitism so high. We have got people running for governors, and it was high already, running for governor in Florida on an anti-Semitic platform. We have, I just worked with a friend today who espoused the view that Israel's controlling states. And, just when you thought it could be worse, this is reaching a new peak of hysteria.
Do you believe that, by the way, when people say that? Do you believe that?
I don't believe it.
Okay. Thank you, David. I think you're correct that we have an hysteria of anti-Semitism, and I wrote, I don't even remember, it's on my Substack over the weekend or on Friday, I can't recall. I think it was on Friday. I wrote about this issue, and I said, it's just amazing to me that people who are opposed to what they see are the transgressions from their perspective of the Israeli government attack Jewish people, even to the point of attacking a Temple Israel preschool, as if those 3, 4, 5-year-old children had anything to do with the decision to bomb Hezbollah in Lebanon. Whether you agree with that decision by the Israelis or not, the Jews of America have nothing to do with the decisions made by the War Council, to which by the way, Netanyahu is a parliamentary form of government. So he has to put together a coalition and address the beliefs of many in the coalition, and that helps set the policy in Israel. But at any rate, I opined something that a lot of Jews have thought, but I'm afraid to say publicly, and I think it should be said publicly. God forbid Muslims start getting attacked this way because of the actions of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
I heard you say it yesterday.
Yeah, God forbid. But apparently it's okay to attack Jews, but whether this would be stopped if Donald Trump was not in office and we still had a JCPOA, I don't think so. I think that they would find another reason to hate us, David, frankly, if you look at history.
Sure. I'm a son of a Holocaust survivor, I understand.
Yeah, of course. We should have more discussions about this, though. I'm glad you emotionally gave your position, who has often thanked people who speak emotionally because they're speaking from the heart. And yeah, I think it's important.
Not always rationally, but we are
one at a time. Daryl, followed by...
Hey, Gary, can you hear me?
Loudly and clearly, Daryl. Better than when the capsule was on the far side of the moon and we couldn't hear from them for 6 minutes.
6 minutes, yeah.
Although I was told that it never happened. But that's another story. Maybe we'll have a room about that someday.
So you'll appreciate this. I'm on a flight to Detroit, and we're landing in about 20 minutes. But I was listening because, they have the Wi-Fi on the planes, but I only came up because I am agnostic, but I am culturally a New York Catholic. I spent my entire life in Catholic schools. I am actually headed to Detroit because I'm going to University of Detroit Mercy, which is a Jesuit school, because I went to Fordham and I hang out with Jesuits, and because I'm culturally Catholic. I don't think they care. I think they run the numbers. They look at where the concentration of Catholics in this country is, and they probably say, well, we're not going to win these states anyway. Where we have been primarily, I think, 60 million Catholics, mostly at one point on the Northeast and in California. So you have Boston, Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey, California. I don't think they were actually thinking, about the fallout, because I don't believe that they think they're going to win the places where Catholics are concentrated anyway. And I wanted to say something to what the guy said earlier. The Catholic Church is not a sovereign. The Vatican, the Holy See, is considered as judicial sovereignty recognized by the UN, but the Catholic Church in and of itself is not a sovereign nation. And I really came up to say that to people in the audience. Don't listen to misinformation and start saying, the Pope runs a nation. That's just not how it works. But I don't think they actually care. I don't think he cares, because I think they're running numbers and they're looking at where Catholics are, and I don't think they believe they would win these states anyway.
If Lou's Deli is still open across the street from the University of Detroit Mercy, which I don't know whether it still is, and it's still run by the same folks that ran it when I lived in Detroit, you should take a walk across the street while you're there.
I will do that. I will take a photo for you. I will do that.
Thank you, Daryl. We'll go to Steve, followed by William, calling folks up to the stage one at a time to avoid trolling. Steve.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the offense was. Could you enlighten me?
The offense? Well, I don't know whether it was an offense or not, but many people found it offensive. Firstly, he attacked the Pope for his public pronouncements, and I'm not going to go over all the things that he said about him. He was weak, and he didn't like his position on crime. He implied that the Pope is supportive of crime, and that the Pope is supportive of Iran getting nuclear weapons, which is a misstatement, clearly.
Okay.
And then today, I don't know if you saw it, but click on the link above to my Substack, you'll see it. It's on display there. There was an illustration that he posted to Truth Social of him in a Christ-like manner tending to an ill or wounded individual, and many Christians immediately viewed that as him claiming to be a Jesus-like deity or claiming to be Jesus, and he claims that it was depicting him as a doctor. It's since been removed, but there are some who have been supporters of the president, and I'm not saying this is nearly a majority, who have even gone so far as to now call him the Antichrist.
Hey, Gary, one more thing, too, in the Truth Social post that he had, too. He also called out the Pope's brother, that he really liked him for being full MAGA, too.
I missed that one. That's interesting. Anyway, Steve, that's basically the genesis of today's discourse.
Okay. Well, my wife just showed me the picture you was talking about. Yeah, that's pretty bad. But I would point this out. I think. Hold on, just a second. I don't want to make sure I don't misquote this. In the book of Matthew, there's a famous scripture. It says, "Render unto Caesar's the things that are Caesar's. Render unto God the things that are God's." Now, what's that mean? That means that if you are representative of a religion and you start trying to play politics, you're out of your lane. So in that sense, I think the Pope has stepped outside his lane. His is spiritual matters, not carnal matters. So I think in that sense, the Pope is a little off base. I've seen the last couple of popes tend to be quasi-activists in kind of a way. And I think they're stepping outside their lane religiously. I think what Trump did with his meme was not good. But I will say this: if my decision is, do I vote for someone that posts a disgusting meme, or do I vote for someone that advocates dismembering a small child piece by piece, arm, legs, head, inside the womb of its mother? Well, I think the former is a lot more disgusting than the first.
Okay, I'm a little bit confused how this relates to the debate on abortion. I'm confused by that.
It goes to this. If you say, are you offended as a Christian by this act? Let's look at acts and what the offense would be. You know what I'm saying? There's clear delineation within the Bible.
Okay, so but in the context of today's discussion, and I guess you're playing catch up here a little bit, so I'll give you a little space on this. But if you had the opportunity to read anything, and if you want to see, click on the link above, you'll see the story that I wrote where I quoted a number of people who are traditional public supporters of the president, who are Christians, who are calling this blasphemous. They're very upset by it. And so the question is, maybe somebody would be more offended by someone who supports abortion. I understand that. But the question is...
I think the difference between posting a meme and advocating for the dismemberment of a human while it's alive is a little different scale to discuss.
But that's not the discussion. The question today is whether these pronouncements that are pretty strong, pretty stringent, of discontent by Christian supporters traditionally of the president, whether that translates into lost votes for Republicans during the midterms. That's really
it possibly could, but I would articulate this. If you are a Christian and you say you're a Christian, you do not look to a man or you do not look to a government for your faith. So if that's the focus and that's how you're going to articulate your faith, then you need to do a broad sweep and decide on a scale what is going to do more or less damage to your walk and your faith when you institute a government. And that would be me.
Gotcha. I would just say, and I don't want to speak on behalf of the Pope, but I think that from his perspective, it was not a political statement. I know a lot of people view it as political. But I know you do, and you're not the only one.
I do, and I clearly think if you look at the scripture I quoted you, that he clearly stepped out of his lane biblically, and he's supposed to be the leader of a church.
Right. But I think, all right. Okay. But I think let me just finish just finish my thought before you respond to it, please. I believe that from his perspective, he was quoting what the gospel says ought to be how man interacts with regard to these various situations. He's not the first pope.
Well, let me just get this, because
please, Steve.
Go ahead.
I know you're anxious to answer what I haven't said yet.
Right.
He's far from the first pope to speak out against war.
Right.
And so, I think from his perspective, perhaps it was political. Maybe, as the president suggests, he was elected pope for a political reason, that they were not inspired by the Holy Spirit, and he was elected as the best person to counter whatever Donald Trump is doing. That's what the president says. Maybe that's true. But if you are a believer, I'm not, but if you are a believer, you believe that it was the Holy Spirit that resulted in his ascension to the papacy, and that from that position, he is... let me finish, for God's sake. He is, from his position as the Pope, he is interpreting the gospel, and he is commenting that he's praying for an end to the war.
Gary, I just want to throw in. It came a week after last week. He talked about eliminating civilization. People thought on the stage that there was going to be use of nuclear weapons, possibly.
Hello?
Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah,
did you hear Howard's point?
No, I didn't. Howard broke up on me. I didn't hear what he said.
Yeah, he was saying that the president, this comes at the backdrop of the president calling for the elimination of a civilization. Isn't it proper for the Pope to speak out against such rhetoric from the President of the United States?
Well, I guess the Pope didn't take time to read his Bible, because when the people migrated out of Egypt and Moses led them to the Promised Land, and Moses wasn't allowed to go into the Promised Land, and Joshua was appointed, what did God tell Joshua to do when he entered the Promised Land? Does anyone know?
Kill all the Canaanites.
Yeah. Joshua was given a commandment from God, because there was a period of time that held that for a while, because God said the iniquity of the Canaanites is not yet full. But to say, and you look at the military campaign that Joshua took on as he entered the Promised Land, to say that God never endorses war. Well, I guess the Pope just forgot about the book of Joshua, didn't he, Gary?
Thank you, Steve. We'll go to Scott, who has joined us, followed by William.
Yeah, so I think on one level, like the Pope, when he's making headlines, right? These are both world leaders, so they say things that are unnuanced, right? You can't write an encyclical in headlines, but I think what the Pope is saying is that ultimately there's a kind of headstrong ideology that God doesn't endorse, and I think he's absolutely right about that. God doesn't endorse. Of course, and also we've had, we have something in the Jewish and Christian tradition called progressive revelation, right? So when we're talking about God and Joshua and the Canaanites, all that stuff, we're talking about millennia ago. Now we have an entire tradition around just war and other things. And so, these are not, you can't just reach back to the Bible in some kind of Neolithic example to say that, now we can, kill them all like God sort of about. That's not our tradition has said. And justice in war. And part of this is not, part of the basics is you absolutely cannot do this. Like you can't say, especially from a position of asymmetrical power, you can't say we're just going to wipe them all out. It's fundamentally immoral. So there you go.
So in terms of the question, because as you know, Scott, he's getting a lot of pushback from traditional Christian base. Does this translate into a problem for Republicans during the midterms? And I know the question is speculative, but go ahead and speculate.
So I don't think this will cause a problem for most of the evangelicals. I don't think that's going to be problematic. The people that support him on that end of the spectrum are largely all in and largely uncritical. So no, that's just not going to be a problem. I think there might be some erosion just on disaffection or something, but no, I don't think this will cost him anything with his right-wing base.
What about among the Catholics? Because as you and I discussed last night, he had a majority Catholic vote in this last election. Presuming that the Catholic support for the president erodes as a result of his fight with the Pope, and I don't know whether that will happen. The polling coming up will show. Does that translate into a problem for the Republican?
Well, we know what the midterm will be, right? Well, the Democrats, my party, will win the midterm. That's just, there's some inevitability to that. It almost never happens.
But did you not have a sense of inevitability that Hillary Clinton would get elected?
Well, that's a different thing, right? And she did win it. The polls were right on that, right? The polls were right on the results.
Popular vote.
Yeah. It's just polls are not granular enough on state level, so that was the problem there. So no, we will win. It might not be a big win, and we'll certainly not take back the Senate. But these are just the ordinary kind of political cycles. This is a normal sort of thing that the Democrats, it's not. No, I could argue that we do have better policies or something, but we're not going to win because we have better policies. We're just going to win because of history.
Thank you, Scott. We'll go to William, followed by Ben.
Hello, everyone. I'll start by answering the question first, and then I'll tell you why. And my answer is that it's too early to tell. The reason I spoke with two friends of mine that are Catholics, one by call and another one by text message. And both of my friends were that I spoke with about this, communicated with us about this, are religious Catholics. And the friend that called me, he was actually texting me about all the other issues first, and then when this broke, he just called me. And he's, with respect to how he's going to vote in the midterms, I don't believe it's going to make a difference because he was not going to vote for the MAGA Trump supporters of Donald J. Trump. He just wasn't going to do it. But he's in a parish where he sends his daughter to Catholic school, and that's and it's a private Catholic school, and it's a big commitment on his part. And he was worried about the people in his church that he feels he needs to in his church that he needs to have a conversation with them, because the verbiage, the declarations that Trump was attacking the Pope were really disturbing to his daughter. And I'm giving you hearsay information because I'm a Jew. I'm not a Catholic, but I'm in a city, Philadelphia, that has a lot of Catholics, and a lot of my friends are Catholic, and we talk. And he really, when I say he can't say yet, he can't say, and we talked about this, how this is going to change people's minds or not. And he actually said, I'm going to find out, and I'm going to get back to you. And the other friend that's a Catholic that I communicated with was by text only, and he was immediately offended, and referred to the attack, followed by the publication of an image of Trump as Christ, as blasphemous. And he was really upset by it, to the point where I texted back to him and said, take a deep breath and calm down. So, but he wasn't going to vote for Trump anyway, and he lives over in Japan, and just like the first speaker said, that the can't remember his name, but he was from what I've seen so far, it's not going to change anybody's vote from direct evidence from what I have heard others say. But I really do think it's too early to tell, based on the fact that people are still having conversations about this. And when you start dealing with attacking a pope and things that spiritually mean something different to me than it means to people that are true believers in the Catholic faith or Christians, I think it's going to take some time for them to work that out and process this. So that's why I think it's just too early to tell. But you make really good points that the numbers are the numbers, and that Trump doesn't deviate much up or down from his base, from his floor numbers of around 40%. So maybe he'll go down a couple points, maybe he'll go up a couple points. Hard to tell, and it'll have to do with this and a lot of other factors. So it's hard to tell if this is going to have a big impact in and of itself. And that's what I got to say. Thanks.
Thank you, William. We'll go to Ben, followed by Merrill.
Hi, Gary. Hi, everyone. I think I mainly came up because of what David said, and I thought I'd share my thoughts. And mainly speculations on the question of the room. Just to follow what William said, yes, it is hard to tell what in terms of this picture depicting or inferring him as what I call a non-doctor in my amateur reading of the art piece, could serve as a signal to alert his Christian base at least to pause and to think whether one issue voting should work or not, whether they would like to follow the one issue voting like David mentioned. And I will clarify what that really means. But first, Gary, maybe 5 minutes ago when you were having a conversation with another speaker regarding whether the Bible has support for war or not, I thought for a moment, I thought that was Pete Hegseth speaking. Certainly, to justify this as a holy war, using what that person's interpretation of the Bible would really serve well to the current department, the Secretary of Defense or War. I thought that was really quite interesting revelation or interpretation of the Bible. But that person seems to be really judging or what the Pope's interpretation of the Bible above what the Pope would interpret the Bible. So I thought it was really fascinating to hear that conversation. Speaking of the Pope, I think Donald Trump even said that, Leo should thank me because without me, he would not have been the Pope or something to that effect. Obviously, I'm paraphrasing what the president said, but I believe he mentioned something like that. So this particular president that we have certainly views himself as above a lot of different things, above the Congress, above the courts, above the rule of law, and God forbid, no pun intended, above the Pope, or even worse. So going back to what David mentioned, this so-called one-issue voting, I think my way of characterizing that, and I think it's slightly better than just saying one-issue voting, but rather is lack of holistic voting. And this goes back to the old adage that my enemy's enemy is my friend, which I don't think that is the case, in particularly political voting. That means that, yes, if your enemy is being opposed by this political candidate, it does not necessarily mean that you should vote for this candidate. And the reason is actually quite simple. It's not that difficult or sophisticated. It's because this political candidate might stand for something else that you would not support. So this is what I call holistic voting is really, really helpful. Another way of simply putting this is that even though that person is standing for particular policy, but if you are, in the case of what David mentioned, if you think this person is bad for the U.S. in general, then you, the generic you, may be better off not voting for this person because that single vote issue that might be preferable to you may be overshadowed by all these other things. And I think a good experiment would be if you take the voters that voted for, let's say Democratic voters, they voted for Trump for one reason, a main reason, whatever reason that be, could be his support of Israel. And then if we take that away and then ask them on the other Trump executive orders, policies, would they still support that? There's a very good speculation on my part, obviously, it's not scientific research, that those voters probably would vote not for Trump, but rather for somebody else. So I'm hoping, going back to the midterm election that William mentioned, and also I think Scott mentioned it as well, I think what Trump did, potentially alienating the Christian base, even though it may not change, it may or may not change the fact that Democrats might win the midterm elections, but I think that it still matters because the winning of midterm elections is really not enough, but rather there could be a further strengthening of the Democratic representatives in House and Senate, to the point that not just the majority but supermajority. If we can achieve something like that during the midterm election, whether it's the 25th Amendment or impeachment, would become a real sensible issue to consider, because the Constitution mandates that only majority, 51%, will not be sufficient to accomplish removing a disabled president or impeach a disabled president, which I think in many voters' sense, Trump is getting very close to, if not over the threshold of being a disabled, quote-unquote, disabled president. So I think what he did is a one step, and I hope that it would bring a pause button, like take 5 in basketball, for those voters that would vote for him nevertheless, to consider under holistic voting whether they'll support him in the near future, or not near future, but in the midterm elections of his candidates or himself.
I have a quick couple of questions for you, Ben.
Yeah, Marshall.
So I looked this up just to make sure. The generic ballot has Democrats 4 to 6 points ahead, January through February of 2026. So the generic ballot, the last 3 months has improved for Republicans.
My experience with this stuff tells me that the House and Senate members, Senate's a little harder because Senate is easily naturalized, but the House members that naturalize their races will be affected by this. But the House members who are simply Republicans and vote with Trump but make their fight their district will probably do a little bit better. I'm curious of your take of that, noting that what I read you about the generic ballot was just kind of like head-to-head, Democrats are 4, but it's like 5 to 6 points ahead. So.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked at those numbers, but just based on what you're saying, Marshall, I think the one issue that could come to these voters would be the realization that having seen his performance for the past 4 plus 1 year, past as in term 1 plus this past 1 year, if they could realize that what he has done will actually not help the United States. It could very well hurt the country. Even though what it appeared initially, his actions were all in the name of MAGA, making America great again. I think the Iran war is actually, I think, a very current and good example that with the way that the war has been executed since February 28th or 27th till now, I think the Iranian regime, if anything, has been strengthened.
Which is a topic for another day, I'm afraid. I want to keep as focused as possible on the topic du jour. Thank you, Ben. To Ben's initial comment about the Bible and interpretation of the Bible in contramand to what Steve said, we have to recognize that there have always been differing interpretations of the Bible. I don't want to get into a theological discussion here, but I think it's important to note that there are literal and figurative interpretations of the Bible. There are different perspectives. There's contextual understanding. There are theological approaches that differ. There are critical approaches. There are historic, as Scott points out, approaches. In my tradition, the Jewish tradition, we have a book, the Talmud, that is all it is contradictions. It's biblical scholars arguing points in the Torah. So it's not written in, see Spot run, see Jane run up the hill kind of language. And there's a lot of interpretation that it's open to. And so I think while it's okay to say that one disagrees with the Pope's interpretation of the gospel, I think it was an unfortunate comment to suggest that the Pope hadn't read the Bible. Interpretation is different. That's really not respectful of his position, in my opinion, as a non-Catholic. I think we have a little bit more tolerance for one another's positions politically and theologically, and I would hope that we keep this in mind as we progress with our discussion today. We'll now go to Meryl, followed by Andrew.
I appreciate what you just said with regard to what Steve said. My point being is, did Steve say that he felt that God had stepped out of his league?
Oh, I think he was talking about the Pope.
I'm sorry, the Pope. I'm sorry, the Pope had stepped out of his league.
Lane. It's lane. It's lane.
It's lane. Okay. I don't. His Donald Trump, before the Pope ever spoke, Donald Trump told us this was a holy war. This was a war that is him interpreting and his interpretation of God, what God says to him. And we all know this is not a man who, when he thinks about a major decision, is praying to God. He is not. He is not. He has never, ever, ever showed us anything that tells us in any way that he is a man of God. He is a man of Donald Trump. And he showed that today with that meme. And I'm sorry, the Pope spoke as a religious person, a man who has devoted himself to God. He's not devoted himself to war. He's not devoted himself to politics. And he made that very clear today. He is not a politician, and he also made it very clear that he's not afraid of Donald Trump. And I thought that was interesting because that's exactly what Donald Trump wants. He wants him to be afraid to speak. And as far as whether or not Christians, this is going to make a difference to Christians, probably not the evangelicals. The evangelicals have a different view. A lot of them just care about Trump because of Israel. A lot of them don't view Catholics. They don't believe that Catholics embrace religion the way they do. It's very, I'm not sure. I'm absolutely not sure that this matters, that it's going to make a difference. But I truly do believe that Donald Trump attacking the Pope is a political thing. This is something political, and it is because that is Donald Trump. Donald Trump considers himself unreproachable. You do not criticize Donald Trump. And I'll tell you, if he could get the Department of Justice to investigate this Pope and try to bring charges against him, he would. Thank you.
Just for clarification, you could make the interpretation that he called it a holy war, but the president, I do not believe, has ever used, at least publicly, the exact phrase holy war. He has said that he believes God supports the U.S. military actions in the region. Coming closer to that would be Pete Hegseth, who has framed the conflict as a Christian calling, a holy conflict in the name of Jesus Christ. I think he was more specific, Hegseth, and I apologize for those of you who are offended that I called him Defense Secretary rather than War Secretary. I usually say the head of the Pentagon to avoid that conflict. So you can refer to him as whatever you wish. That's your prerogative.
I would just like to say one more thing, and that's that when you say that God approves of this war, or God supports this war, you invoke God regarding the war. You are, the only time you should ever mention God when you're talking about our military is to say, and God bless. God bless.
Protect the military.
And protect them. You do not say that God is approving of this war in any other way than what we just said. And
I don't know how a president of the United States would know that God supports this war, unless, of course, he is who he was depicted in that illustration, and then maybe he could claim that he has a direct line to God that supersedes the popes. I may be going a little bit too far in my sarcasm here, but I think you get my point.
I think that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Meryl. We'll go to Andrew, followed by Barry.
Good afternoon, Gary. How are you today?
Howdy, I'm great.
Good, glad to hear it. Couple things, really. First off, I remember there was a pope, I think his name was John Paul II, who seemed to be quite instrumental in helping the United States eventually defeat a political enemy called the Soviet Union. He had great support in Poland at the time, and that was quite instrumental in bringing down that regime. So, I don't know, maybe popes do have a role internationally. I definitely think so, for sure. And to compare Donald Trump to any character in history, I could name a few. It wouldn't be Jesus Christ. He was the Prince of Peace. I grew up Catholic, and our take on it was that the New Testament for us was a new covenant that God had, quote unquote, And so we go by the New Testament, not stuff from the Old Testament to any large degree. But again, yeah, you're right. It's all about interpretation for sure. And I think Donald Trump is not going to lose any followers because I have no faith in the American electorate to see what's in front of their eyes. And unfortunately, they'll continue to do so. I think the only thing that will affect those people is when their sons and daughters have to go to Iran with boots on the ground. I think that's the only thing that would move that needle, unfortunately. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, Andrew. Well, there is talk of potential draft. People are, I think they're moving toward automatic registration of men when they reach the age of majority in the selective service. So it could happen.
By December.
Yeah, I don't know whether it will lead to that, but why else would you do this if you were not at least looking at the option? They may not have made a decision to go that way, but I think they're making it easier to reinstitute the draft if they so desire. So I don't think that your commentary is way off base, as some people might think. Thank you, Andrew. We'll go to Barry, followed by F. Green.
Hey, Gary, thanks. How's my mic?
Loud and clear.
Nice to see you back in the friendly confines of Clubhouse. I would agree with Andrew that he will not lose any support. In fact, he might pick up some support because people like this kind of stuff. They like the trolling. That's what excites his base. And what does it more than these memes? We're in a meme culture now. You can see it. Nobody cares what really happens. Crime is legal. You had the pleasure of last night meeting someone from the crypto space. I mean, he's a typical crypto person.
That's what I told Scott afterwards, that he was a guy. So, folks, what Barry's referring to is we did a little experiment. It was just an experiment. We're not. Oh boy, zoom there, Barry. We're not. That's okay. We're not abandoning Clubhouse, but I wanted to see what it was like to play around on Twitter Spaces, where the culture is completely different than the culture here on Clubhouse. So we did a little test at 1 a.m. Saturday night, Sunday morning Eastern time, and another one at midnight, Sunday night, Monday morning Eastern time yesterday. And the thing is full of conspiracy theory, crypto folks. These are the people who used to populate Clubhouse and abandon Clubhouse. And one of them found the room yesterday and resulted in some very interesting discourse. So I just wanted to explain what you're talking about.
Yeah, he was a typical anti-government prepper, too young to be a doom and gloom boomer, but every anti-Semitic conspiracy theory he was into, even the 2 minutes that you heard him talk, you sussed it out right away. You try to put a stop to it really quickly, but that's what you get a lot of.
Yeah, I learned that Irish Catholics aren't real Catholics, so that was a learning.
Well, that was when he went off the rails completely, because Irish Catholics aren't really Roman Catholic. I don't know what kind of thought process that is, but it comes as a big shock to the many Irish Catholic priests I know. They would be shocked to hear that they're not Roman Catholic.
Stick around long enough, you'll see that the Jews aren't the real Jews, and Semites, and you'll hear everything. It's kind of like when the aliens come, but there's not the rest of the planet where anyone else could see them, only in West Virginia. Same thing with Twitter Spaces over there. You get the craziest.
Yeah, it is a cesspool. It is a cesspool of what's supremacy and anti-Semitism. I'm sorry to.
Yes, sir. Carry on.
Thank you, Barry. We'll go to F. Gray, followed by Les.
Gary, what's going on? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Loudly and clearly.
Great, wonderful. Well, yeah, and I'm driving through the hills of Kentucky. I may lose reception somewhere at some point, but while you can hear me, I really, I think, I know that there are definitely Christians who are offended, or there's Protestants that are offended. There's Catholics that are offended. There's also atheists that are offended. I'm not an atheist, but I can imagine there are atheists who are thinking, why in the hell is the president talking about, making these memes as he's been doing, all this time? You would think that the president of the so-called free world would be more concerned about serious things as opposed to wasting time with silly memes in social media. I mean, really, we don't know. I mean, from last week, remember he said, praise be to Allah. So he might actually be a Muslim now. But I really think it doesn't matter, because I think a lot of people really don't care. Gary, I think, and I don't think a lot of the MAGA base, whether they're hot MAGA or whether they're lukewarm MAGA, I think there's folk who don't really, I think a lot of people who claim to be Christian don't really quite understand, I guess, the Bible in the way that you would assume that you think. I mean, I teach Sunday lessons, and not to say I'm a theologian. I didn't go to seminary, but I read scripture in order to teach Sunday lessons. And kind of what I've learned is that, people have a lot of difficulty understanding, the language of the Bible. It's in, it's in the King James language. And, you have to have a pretty good reading level to really understand. And not to say that I'm, understand everything, that I'm the expert on all these matters. But I just would say that I think a lot of people don't quite understand what they read. They don't read as much as they perhaps should, and they go on what other people say. They take what other people say for granted as far as what the Bible does and does not say. I think if one understood it to some degree, the one concept that we hear little about is the accountability, is repentance. If Christians, if MAGA, who claim to be Christians, were really serious about, what the president think or doesn't think, they would be saying, the president should repent of these things. But we don't hear about that. So my point is, I think people are not quite as serious, perhaps, about their religion as they claim to be. I think there's a lot of compromises that are made. I mean, honestly, you name the topic, you name the policy. I don't care if we're talking about abortion. I don't care if we're talking about the lifestyle. I think the leadership of the Republican Party, God is not the God they worship. It's the dollar that is worshipped. And I think what I've observed is that whether we're looking at these other policies that they run to, for example, the speaker who was here, who was talking about, the Pope must have not read his Bible because he's not rendering unto Caesar's what is Caesar's. I think a lot of people, especially at the leadership level, are willing to compromise the religion in order to get the economic, financial, to get to the power. So at the end of the day, I don't think they're that serious about it. So if the president wants to make the silly meme, wants to say praise due to Allah, who wants to say that, he or other people say that he was anointed as the signal, anointed by God as the signal to hasten, the return of Jesus. They're willing to put up with all these things. They're willing to put up with all these compromises because at the end of the day, it's not as much about their adherence to or obedience to the scripture or the Holy Spirit as it is to their connection to, allegiance to, access to the power and money. I won't go into the examples of why I would say that, but I think there are, even when we talk about abortion and lifestyle, I can see multiple examples as to where when we're talking about, say, the states like Kansas and Kentucky that voted, that have voted for Trump for many years. There's other states. If you're so anti-abortion, if the super legislature, if the super majority in Kentucky is so seriously anti-abortion, then why would they put it up for a state referendum? Same for Kansas. If you're so anti-abortion,
a law or it has to go through a referendum. Typically, things like that in those states go through referendums.
Yeah, so then when Trump was asked about the Kansas referendum, he says, you know what, that's not up to me. I'll let the Kansas folks vote about it.
Right, but we.
So what I'm saying is,
what does that have to do with the question of whether is offending Christians is going to affect potentially the midterms? If you.
Because I'm thinking so here we go. I'll get to the conclusion. I don't think they're quite that serious. If we look at all these, in my opinion, compromises that are made with regard to questions that they claim religious conviction to, then this meme is not going to make a damn bit of difference, to be frank. Now, there may be some moderates and some independents. It may persuade them, whether they're Protestant, whether they're Catholic, whether they're atheist, whether they're whatever. But I don't think, as far as, and of course, how that number plays out, we'll see. But if it takes this meme for you to be offended, we've seen countless things, whether policies or comments, that you would have already been offended. I don't know why, I can't see this particular meme making much of a difference at this point. We've seen 12 years of Trump comments and behaviors. He is who he say he is. We know, what we thought he is what he is. So.
Yeah, but sometimes that stuff, at least in a voting sense, I'm not about a biblical sense because I agree with you on the biblical part.
It sounds what?
I said in a voting sense, midterms, while the presidents affect midterms, I'm not, this doesn't affect my vote for my congressman. Why? Because my congressman represents my district and they didn't nationalize their race, and even if they had, I would have thought to myself, this is about my district, this is about my state rep, this is about my governor, right? I wouldn't have thought this is about Donald Trump. The difference is I'm representative of a set of moderate voters, but I'm not representative of other people that would think that exact way. I'm just saying when it strikes me, because I'm a regular midterm voter, and you always lose turnout from a presidential to a midterm. Always. There are just less people participate. So you count for that loss. You count for the generic ballot, which puts Democrats about 5 or 6 points ahead. You count for the number of candidates that have nationalized their races, and you are looking at a switch in power. But I'm not so sure how much of that has to do with Donald Trump and how much of that has to do with each individual district.
Marshall, I agree with you.
I don't know the breakdown.
I agree with you, Marshall. I agree with you. Generally speaking, I agree with you. But something something you said earlier. You said the more that a candidate has linked their policy, their brand
to Trump.
So I'll give you an example. Of course, you don't live in the state of Kentucky, but I do. And I've seen there's 3 or 4 Andy Barr commercials. Andy Barr is running for Mitch McConnell's seats.
Yes, they do.
Every commercial that Andy Barr runs, he says, I'm for the president. I support this president. He runs the clip where, Trump is quoted as saying, Andy Barr is a great man. He's a good man. So Andy Barr has definitely linked his future, his brand, his mission, whatever, to the president. And of course, Andy Barr has recently, he began. He's talking about telling Kentuckians, it's okay. It's not a sin to be a Christian. It's not a sin to be white, and it's not a sin to be a straight man. I think that was what he said. So I'm like, why are we? There's all these things going on in the world. Yeah, and you're telling people that it's okay. It's okay to be white. Well, that's what he's talking about.
But you just hit the nail on the head, right? That's the nail on the head, right? I mean, I think why Trump has not alienated his Christian base, the evangelicals. I mean, I'm Christian, but I'm not part of his Christian base. But I think there's a group of Christians that for what defines Christianity is abortion, gay marriage, religious pluralism, identity, like Christian identitarianism,
and sexualism.
And so what he does, what Trump does, is defends them, right? Like, he will say these values. He doesn't even know what the hell he's saying. He's like, we're very strong. We're powerfully Christian. We're bringing religion's on a comeback. It's so strong, so powerful. But it's so powerfully strong. It's powerful. Yeah, but it makes them feel. And I think, and I said this is a guy that's been in the left my whole, political adult life. But the left has bullied evangelicals. You never see evangelical favorably characterized in movies or TV or things like that. The left owns the media. I'm not saying there aren't conservatives in newsrooms. Of course there are. But in general, the ideology that dominates these institutions is liberal, which is my ideology. And so we've pushed these people around. And what they found in Trump is somebody, a one-man wrecking ball that can push back. That he's so powerful that he can put out one tweet and we're all talking about it. And so they found in one man, I mean, they see him as their Cyrus, the great Persian. I mean, I said this in the podcast years ago, that the reason they can justify it is, Cyrus the Conqueror. Cyrus was this pagan emperor that led the Jews back to the Promised Land. That's how they see him. And so he is their man. And so he is the guy that can hit back with full force against what they see as the media and cultural establishment, that they're just outnumbered. And so I think that's part of the reason for those people in his Christian base. Now, that's not Pope Leo's Christian base. I don't think it's your average First Lutheran or First Presbyterian or a lot of Christians out there. But for his Christian base, there's a group of conservative Christians in this country that just think that their convictions are bullied and that their views are, whether they're pro-life or anti-gay marriage or something, that they're viewed as racists for those things. Like, they're viewed as the worst kind of vilifying kind of characteristic you could name. And so that's why I think there's no alienating them for him, because they're like, he's their guy.
And another reason I know, to your point, imagine if Barack Obama had said praise to Allah in a tweet. Imagine if he had done these last couple of tweets. There would be gnashing of teeth. That's a biblical term, gnashing of teeth. So I know that they're unserious, not serious. It's about the money, the power, and like Scott was saying, he is their Superman. He is their King David. Everything is, even though King David does wrong, it's forgivable because and they think this is part of that he was anointed. I mean, and that's part of they play these histrionics with the Bible. I mean, there's nowhere that you've read the book of David, there's no book of Scott, there's no book of F. Gray, there's no book of Steve, and there's no book of Gary. Just because we read something historically that what King Joshua did, that doesn't mean that it's been ordained as such what we see happening today.
So I want to circle back to something that F. Gray said in the very beginning that may be eluding people because he just said it in passing, and a lot has been said since then. And thank you for your contribution today, by the way. It was excellent. You mentioned this is not the first time with these memes. And so I recalled that that's correct, but I didn't remember the exact memes that predates the one that's causing all the problem today.
How about terminate the Constitution?
Wait a minute. Go ahead. I want to talk about today's topic.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's start with one that didn't place him as a deity, but the one that placed him as a king.
Right.
He shared a mock magazine cover, you'll recall, a couple months ago, showing him wearing a crown. Now, I view that as he's trolling the No King's Day people.
Right.
That's how I view that. Other people might view that as, look, he believes himself. Well, you just got trolled, in my opinion. Okay, so, but what were the other things? The other ones that he did were religious in nature. In 2023, there was a courtroom sketch during his civil fraud trial that he shared. It was an image depicting Jesus Christ sitting next to him at the defense table. Last year, he shared a message from a supporter that explicitly compared his legal persecution, as they called it, to the suffering of Jesus Christ. And it included, and you'll know this better than me, when it suggests Psalm 109, which my understanding is a call to God to help against deceitful and wicked accusers. Am I right about that? I think that's a correct interpretation of Psalm 109. And then there was the infamous Pope image following the death of Pope Francis, where he posted some AI-generated, you guys remember this? Image of himself dressed in full papal regalia and commented that being Pope would be his number one choice. If the king imagery is trolling the liberals, who's getting trolled by this imagery? The Christians, I would argue. So I will just note the holiest day on the Christian calendar is not Christmas. As a Jew, I shouldn't be the one pointing this out. It's Easter. He has risen, right?
Right.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You teach Bible.
Fair enough.
And Scott, correct me if I'm wrong.
I agree.
And
I said the very same thing.
The president attended an Easter egg roll, which is fine. But what did he not do? On the holiest day on the Christian calendar, what did he not do?
Reportedly not go to a church or any place of worship.
He did not go to a church. So, I don't know. I think that these Christians who think that he's a great Christian leader, the defender of the faith, I think you're all getting trolled. Now, that's Gary's observation and opinion, and I could be...
But they have said, right, like I said this in a podcast years ago, and other pastors have actually said it. They would say he's King Cyrus. That Cyrus, of course, was the great pagan Persian emperor that let the Jews go back to the Holy Land. And so that's, people explicitly said this about him.
And they would be incorrect because he is not. That was thousands of years ago. Now you can pretend that he is, and you can make a similarity, but you would be breaking with what the actual words. The word says not to add to, not to take from. But again, none of these people who are speaking, their books, what they say is not one of the 66 books.
Well, and also speaking of the book, speaking of those books, F grade, and this was something that eluded me, but someone who's very close to me, who was a conservative Catholic, very, very, very traditional Catholic, Latin Mass, that type of Catholic, noted that on the day that he took the walk outside the White House following in the middle of the George Floyd riots, because a chapel had been defaced, and he was carrying a Bible. He was carrying the Bible upside down, and he said to me, and I don't know that it was, but I would never even occur to me. And now today, and again, I'm not suggesting it, it's not my religion, but there are evangelical Christians who have been publicly supportive of the president, who are now calling him publicly the Antichrist. I just want to point that out. I'm not arguing that to be true, but I'm saying that this is, unlike the previous, I don't know why this one is hitting a nerve so much when the previous ones didn't, but this is really hitting a nerve.
And this would be, in my opinion, an easy punt. If you don't want to confront the president on any of his policies, I can give you the benefit of the doubt and say, I get it. If you don't want to confront him on this policy or that policy, okay. But this right here is not a policy. This is a meme, but it is a message that is highly elevated and given volume to. So many people, there's 2.6 billion Protestants and Catholics in the world, I believe. And this is the message that's coming from, the nation that claims to be a Christian nation. And this would be something that, the faith leaders, the pastors, the preachers who go and pray with the president, they put their hands on his arm and they pray for him. I wonder what they are praying for. And this would seem to be something very simple. Mr. President, is that God is not an author of confusion. So maybe you shouldn't be either. Let's stay on point. Let's not send out these confusing messages that might offend some of our Christians, our Protestants, our Catholics, our MAGA, who might be, I will put, Protestants, Catholics who might be moderate, who might be in some of those states where we have candidates, trying to win right now. So it just seemed to be, this would be an easy punt for them to take up with the president and say, let's focus our energy on other more pertinent, more important things, I would think. And also, maybe, Mr. President, maybe we ought to repent over these things. I've never heard any faith leader in their church, they're telling people to repent over their lifestyle and other sins they've committed, but they're never telling the president to repent over anything. So there seems to be a double standard. Why? Because they want access to the power and to the money.
Thank you for that, F grade. Great contributions today. Odian Ware, thank you for your patience. You get the final word of the day.
Odian is the man.
Thank you, Gary. I've been patient because I came up. So, Gary, you've listened to me on this app talk about Christianity. I'm a Christian, and I am not Catholic, but I am Anglican. And this is why every time Marshall gets angry when I dunk on American Christianity. So somebody earlier said something about the Vatican being a deep state, political correct nation. And these are the things that Americans say and other Christians from other countries get angry with them. You've not been to the Vatican. The Vatican is not a political deep state place. The Vatican is the Vatican of priests. You need to go there for yourself and know what they do there. Now, while I say I am not Catholic, I am Anglican. A majority of my tribe members are Catholics. We are predominantly Catholic. In fact, they call us the island of Nigeria because a lot of my tribe members, the Igbos, are Catholics, both historically, both because of the civil war that was fought in Nigeria and the role the Catholic Church plays. So in as much as I am not Catholic, I revere the Catholic Church in the building of my own community when it was ravaged by war. So I will not tolerate certain disdain for Catholics. You can dislike them for all that, whether they believe, but the role the church played in my community and made sure my community became strong after we fought a brutal war, I will never forget those things. It was the Catholics that did it. It was the Irish that did those things. The Irish. Now, to the point of making a joke. You see, the only thing I have to say is that I am someone who believes that Christianity, all religions should be joked off. Now, do I expect that from a president? No. I wonder how other religions will feel if other people make a mockery of their own religion. People can make mockeries of religion, but when the president does it, that's what the problem is. But again, like I always tell you, it's Trump. Trump is, I have no respect for him. I don't expect anything better for Trump. The only thing he does is to bring mockery to people. Am I expecting Trump to behave better? No. Now you asked a question about the Christian base. I don't know if you know who Harry Enten is. Harry Enten is the political guy for CNN. He showed a poll today. I was listening to him. National poll. Trump won the Catholic votes in 2024 by, he had a plus 20, approval rating. Trump has a minus 4 approval rating with the Catholics. In fact, the Iran war has a minus 22 rating. The Pope Leo has a plus 40 rating. Trump has a minus 4 rating. So, on the issue of whether Catholics will support him, if you look at polling, I don't think so. But like I said, I want to be silent while my enemy self-destructs himself. And please, Americans should stop adding all this nonsense, deep state. No, don't bring that into the church. You can teach in America, you can call people deep state. Don't bring it. I don't want to hear it. I am someone who has read the Bible in and out, Tagari. And when the time I listened to the Pope, let's forget Pope Leo. There was Pope Pope Francis. He was a Jesuit Pope. There was Pope John Paul who came to Nigeria. Now, Pope Francis was the Jesuit Pope, meaning that the kind of things he fought for in the Catholic Church might be different from what, for example, Pope Leo is doing, who is a missionary Pope. Pope Leo lived in Nigeria. He lived in other places. Right now, he's going on an African tour. So his whole idea about the worldview might be different from Pope Francis, might be different from Pope John Paul, but in the same context, they still believe in the doctrine of the Catholic Church. The Pope has not changed. The Pope doesn't support abortion. He doesn't support contraceptives. He doesn't support LGBTQ. So what has changed about Pope Leo? He says people should live their life, but he doesn't endorse church getting involved. So what has really changed about the Catholic Church? All popes preach the same thing. They do not support war and the suffering of people. Now, last, let me end by this. I listened to someone on your stage say the Pope has not read the Bible. And this is the American things that I talk about. The Bible tells you, if you go to that, it tells you about the conduct of Christians. What does that mean? The Bible tells you that if you behave in a way, so when outsiders see you, they will say, does this person really portray the virtues of Jesus Christ? Does this person really portray when they say the spirit of the fruit of the Holy Spirit, does that person still really portray it? The evidence is there. The person does not portray it. You don't need to listen to him. You can call yourself a Christian, but you don't need to listen to him. Thank you very much, Gary. Have a nice day.
Thank you. So to your point about popes preaching against war and against suffering, we know that the president is responding to Pope Leo's comments where he recently declared that war is always a defeat. God won't listen to war leaders. Pope Francis often referred to the world experiencing a famine of peace. Pope Benedict referred to war as useless slaughter and a sign of human failure. John Paul II was known as a tireless advocate for peace. John Paul VI in 1965, Pope Paul VI in 1965 delivered a famous plea to the United Nations: no more war never again. I could go on and on and on. Throughout World War II, the Pope Pius spoke out against the devastation of the war. What the Pope said, I know it was argued today that he was out of his lane, but historically speaking, I don't think he was out of his lane. I think this is what popes have always done, and never has an American president publicly criticized the Pope in the manner in which this president has, which goes back to the argument that Miro made that it's not the Pope who was out of his lane, but the president. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday, starting at 5 o'clock New York time, so until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow. For the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
painted in reality. When your cousin, we say he crazy because he don't wear no clothes and he just eat things and he don't eat nothing at all. He don't drink nothing. But you, we say you got a demon because you don't eat and drinking. We say you a drunkard and a glutton because you eat so much and drink so much. What is the limit for drinking? What is the limit for eating? How many times I ask each and every one of you, what do you consider an alcoholic? Somebody who drink every day and hang out with sinners and is basically homeless? You said that's an alcoholic. Each of you said that. Jacobus never said that. I read your scripture and I asked you who was an alcoholic. And I said by your standard, you would have called Jesus an alcoholic. Just like embarrassment. So I put the onus back on each and every one of you. How can you judge another man's servant? Who be you? Paul and Jesus I know.
That's a good scripture, yo. Oh! Who was that, Simon? Who was that, Simon? Who was that? That was Jacobus. Yeah, who was it?
That was a demon.
He said, he tried to cast out the demon. He didn't have no power. Oh, no. Who are you? He didn't have no power.
The demon out of scripture.
Yo, that's how I feel when I try to cast out. That's how I feel when I try to cast out the demons and lying. I'll be like, oh, I ain't got no power. I can't cast none of these niggas demons out.
Lies is a fucking trip, bro.
No, but some of those qualifications of what a Christian is not fair. And the Bible itself is expressing and telling you that other gods literally exist. It doesn't deny the existence of other gods in Deuteronomy 10:17 or 1 Corinthians 8:6 or in Zephaniah 2:11 or in Exodus 22:28 or in the book of Psalms. It actually repeatedly tells you that other gods exist. They're just not the God of gods contextually. So creations, both mortal and immortalized, are referred to as gods. Contextually, it's that simple.
Yeah, it's a different context. I get what you're getting at. It is a different context. But yes, the Bible is very clear that I call them intelligence in the scientific sense, essentially information processing systems that are higher than our level but lower than God's level. And essentially they exist extra dimensionally in a way that is different from our three-dimensional sort of confine to this human body. So it's in between that and obviously God. And so you have that extra dimension, right, that these entities exist. And obviously from our point of view, they look like gods because they do more than us, but they're lesser than God, like you're showing, because they don't have that ultimate, right, the omnis, right, omniscient, omnipresence, all of that other stuff. So
correct. So that's why it's necessary to even have a discussion. Because you can ask a yes or no question, and then contextually I could say, yeah, he is, yeah, he isn't. Because he contextually does not have omni properties, which would disqualify him as Almighty God. It would disqualify him as Almighty God, but it would never disqualify him as an agent of God whose name or titular name is called God. You could be called God and not be God Almighty. Can I put one?
No, I would disagree with that.
Hey, King, do you have a minute?
What's up, Ashley?
Can you hear me? Do you have a minute? Yeah. I got my peptides in, and I was going to ping you in a room to, so you can help me mix it, know what to mix it at.
You got people talking about God for peptides?
Continue. I mean, it's all good. It's Ashley's Ashley. It's all good. No, it's all good. It's Ashley. My thing is, damn, King bounced hella fast. That ain't got nothing to do with peptides. They on some other shit. Here's don't trip, dog. Here's what I'm saying, though. I think you have all that I've heard you do, Shashu, is turn it into a semantic debate, right? Like when we say Jesus is God, we don't mean he's God Jr. You feel me? We don't mean he's great value God or discount God or whatever little extra gods you're talking about, right? When we say Jesus is God, we mean he is the one true Alpha and Omega creator of all things, God, right? Now, if you don't mean that, then we're not saying the same thing. Like, so it becomes semantics. It becomes like, what do you mean by God? If when I say God, I mean Jehovah Jireh, the creator of the motherfucking universe and all things. That's what I mean. If when you say God, you mean like a disembodied mind that's on a lower level but could be mistaken for the creator of all. You dig what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying, right? You're not referring to saying.
I'm not trying to be like anal about it. I'm just saying that the fact remains, if we agree that the Bible uses itself, all etymology and language, period, uses a semantic range. That's what they call it. So semantics is not a bad thing when it's etymology. I mean, you have to study the Bible, right? If we agree that the Bible expresses that there is a semantic range of God, then it's only justifiable to qualify what you mean when you say it at all times, or especially when you ask a question. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fair. But can we agree that when Jacobus says Jesus is God, he does not mean let's say fuck, dude just left. Damn, the Nigerian homie. Yeah, when Jacobus says Jesus is God, he does not mean what King means. You mean two different things. And in the eyes of King, Jacobus does not even think that Jesus is God. If we're using the framework that you're talking about, Shashi.
That's a good point, though. But I think Jesus and God is one and the same, though.
Yeah, that's the ultimate question.
No, like, there's a difference between Jesus is God and Jesus and God being one and the same.
You would say they are one and the same, then, Jacobus, you said, right?
Then that begs the question, or it brings to mind, and for me it would beg the question, then what did Jesus mean when he said, I pray that they be one, Father, as we are one?
Exactly. Because that's what I'm saying.
So are you saying that Jesus isn't God?
Jesus and God.
I'm asking what it means.
That goes back to the Trinity. I mean, that kind of goes back to the Trinity. But I mean, I don't think it's answering the question. I just think it's based in.
I want to welcome Mark to the stage.
The religion in itself.
Welcome, Marquis.
That dogmatism that what kind of seems to actually validate Jesus as Christ. I mean, Jesus is God.
Oh, you deny him as Christ?
Well,
no, I said it's God.
We have texts like Acts 2:36 that says God explicitly made Jesus both Christ and Lord. And then we have texts like Hebrews 5:5 saying Jesus never exalted himself.
Yeah, but Jesus came into the world.
Yo, Shashu, are you going to be here? Because I want Lion to come back so you can cook him again.
Oh, I don't think... I talked to him the other day. He just, cussed me out. I don't think he likes me.
Bulletproof vest, man. Well, that just was unfair, bro. You said... Okay, I know you're saying that, bro, but I know you don't want to get into it, but...
So you don't... Man, concrete is in the middle of it. Come on.
No. He's in the middle of it.
Are you hating, bro? Nah, it's just kind of...
Mark got a soft spot. Y'all know that? Did y'all know that? Mark got a real soft spot for Lion. Or he got a soft spot for the underdog. He don't give a fuck who or why you're the underdog. He could...
Yo, Concrete.
You may be right, Concrete.
Yo, Concrete. Is a voice from heaven a miracle or God?
That's a good question, bro. I'm going to just say God. I'm going to keep it simple.
Now, to the Jews, we say that's a miracle. And miracles doesn't triumph over Torah or the teaching.
Yo, that's interesting you say that because in Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 28, Ezekiel hears the voice of an angel and he falls on his face. And he wasn't rebuked for it, and it's clearly an angel who has the glory of the Lord.
See, remember when Jesus said, a wicked generation seeks signs and wonders. Now to the Jew, unless you're able to break it down in scripture through the old or written law, we cannot take it as the Torah or the teaching of God. God brought the Torah from heaven to earth. The Torah is not in heaven. Like, I need you to understand what we're saying when we say that, bro. Me, I love me some miracles and wonders and signs. Hell yeah. But I don't need that to believe, bro.
Also, John heard many voices from heaven on different occasions. He heard the voices of angels.
Shashu, Lion might be scared of you, bro.
Sorry, what?
That Lion might be scared of you. He might have ran when you came through the room.
Oh, I don't understand, like, I don't know, he had his girl reading for us or something, and she was all like, well, yeah, the whole point of this and that was to bring about the southern and northern kingdom. I'm like, these people don't even believe, but they acting.
Told you? Sorry, go ahead, Shasta. My fault.
It's because I was confused, because I'm like, how do they don't believe, but then they're acting like, I don't know, bro. You know what I mean? They're right,
that was the bulletproof vest, bro. He had his wife over there trying to fight, taking shots. And you can't give with that same energy, because, you know.
You gotta slow that down.
Yo, Nathan, you never heard the story of Korah?
Which one?
Alright, so Moses had a brother called Aaron, and God made Moses' brother the high priest. But there was a nigga that wanted Moses' brother's spot. His name was Korah. This is where we get the proverb that ambition is not of God, right? So God made an earthquake to make Korah go in with his whole family because he wanted the position of Moses' brother, which became the high priest. So, yeah, like, that's the reality of how God sees what's supposed to happen and what is going to happen. We as bystanders try to stop it. Ryan, beware. Sometimes, even if somebody rises from the grave, that don't mean the nigga will believe, my nigga.
Yo, Jacobus, earlier you asked Lion, does God only speak through, like, natural disasters, earthquakes, and to those extents? And I think you kind of given an analogy that he does. Am I mistaken?
Alright, so the story I was referencing was Elijah, right? And Elijah goes into the cave, and he's waiting to hear from God. And God does the strong wind, does the fire and all that. And to him it's silent whispers. And he says, this is how God wants to speak to me. And that's what I was conveying a line that sometimes you can't expect God to be speaking from the heavens in a loud voice to you. Like, why do you want that? Because you lack faith. Remember what that nigga Didymus said, down in Thomas. But let's go put my finger in them holes and touch your side, then I would believe. Jesus was mad when he seen him when he resurrected and said, come, put your finger in this hole, nigga. After you believe, blessed is those who do not have to see to believe. How much is blessed if you do not have to hear to believe? But fear him, bro.
You know what? Yeah, no, I was just only asking because you was kind of like, I think was the analogy that you just made before you just went down that, explained all that, was that it was example of like an earthquake to give a message from God.
Oh, like miracles. Is it
right.
Miracles. I see what you're saying, yeah.
Right, so I mean, I don't know, man. I think even, in terms of the question that you asked Lion earlier, you kind of, justifying it with that example, of like natural disasters in terms of a guy speaking. But I don't know. Maybe are you saying just like
Give an example.
Bro, look, me, the thing is, look, I could tell you at what moment I will get kicked out the synagogue and get excommunicated. Once I voice my opinions, remember, I don't have to speak on Jesus for them to know I support Jesus. But I could take a certain teaching that's in the Talmud that'll cause problems. Like, problems, bro.
What type of problems?
Like, look, I found this out yesterday, so I knew these people, but I never knew that was the same name. So in Hebrew, you got an Hebrew name and right? So Lazarus, his name in Hebrew is Eleazar. There's a rabbi called Rabbi Eleazar, and he goes into this debate in a debate hall, a study hall, against Rabbi Yehoshua, right? And Rabbi Yehoshua is like, yo, bro, you wrong. You saying that this oven is ritually pure, and it shouldn't be ritually pure. And the way they write it is that, mind you, the oven is curled like a snake, and within the Talmud is saying that they made their arguments curled around Rabbi Eleazar like a snake. Because what they were saying was the majority means we are right. It doesn't matter your arguments, how you use the Talmud, it doesn't matter any of that, or the miracles and signs and wonders you do, even if God speaks from heaven. Because what happens, as soon as he does the arguments, they say, no. He says, if I can make this tree go from here to there, like when Jesus said, yo, you got enough faith for mustard seed, you can move this mountain here to there, or that mulberry tree from here to there. He does it. They say we don't get our teachers from trees. And they take that as offense. So then he goes and says, you know what? I could make the river go from that direction to this direction. And they say we don't get our fucking teachers from the fucking rivers. Then he started making the building shake. And then they started raising their hands saying, chill, nobody needs to die. And then he says, word, for real, you don't want to believe me? And then he invokes God. And God speaks from heaven and is like, yo, bro, why y'all bothering my Rabbi Eleazar? Don't you know him and the Torah are alike? He is always right. As soon as he say that, Rabbi Yeshua will come and say, hold up. The Torah was given to us. It ain't in heaven with you. You trusted that to us, not you. And it basically is saying like, yo, the Torah is above God. That's the stance they taking. And I'm siding with Rabbi Eleazar.
Let me kind of challenge that. Like the pre-Socratics, they like Heraclides, he used like a river example to like explain like change. Why isn't like nature in itself a good way to explain reality, the way that we experience reality, and why is that an issue? I think that's kind of what you proposed in terms of like we're not trees, or we don't get our knowledge from trees, or
This sounds mad disrespectful, right?
No, I get it. I get it.
It's just a cool ass fucking miracle, and a nigga just shitted on him like, nigga, we don't have two trees. Nigga, I just made the tree go from here to there. You see what my faith did? These niggas saying fuck your faith. All we care about is Torah. That's why I had to draw the line and say I side with Rabbi Eleazar, who got excommunicated, and they say he was a Christian sympathizer. There's more verses about it where it says he meets Jesus Panderas, and no, not that he meets him. Yeah, he meets him and teaches. And I was so curious, I kept reading it. It was like, what is the teaching? And it's basically saying, the argument was, what do we do with a prostitute's wages? And because you can't put it in the temple. This is the same thing that happened with Judas, blood money. You can't put blood money in the temple. So they said, what do we do with it? He basically said, let's use it for latrines and bathrooms. So that's what he did. I mean, that's what he liked about it. And then me, based upon the writings, I say his most famous student turned him over to the Roman authorities. And he eventually got excommunicated. Not executed, but excommunicated. So the Torah above God. mean, that Talmud with that story, that's exactly what many people are saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, yo, what I see in this book, my understanding is more. Because we know that understanding is not of God. That's the same story with the Jews, what they told you in that story. There's no difference.
I mean, so how are you defining God?
I'm glad you said
It's
that.
like an oracle of like written words, you know, or something like that. Because you said you're basing it on like the Talmud, like something written down, you know.
So imagine if you. Alright, so basically what I'm saying is this. To the Egyptian, where the Jews was there for 400 years, the Egyptian concept of God was that God created himself. That's why they worshiped the scarab, because the scarab was probably like one of the only creatures that was asexual, like it could be born from itself. So, with that understanding, I see God as something as being, something that exists, right? And his nature is existence. Now, in understanding that, Jesus' nature is existence too.
Yeah, I mean, I would disagree with that. I think that's pretty accurate definition of like how we can actually define God, you know. Yeah, but I mean, I think that's kind of like towards like what you were saying about like natural disasters as being explicit in explaining, I mean, reality.
Because look, bro, a false prophet could work miracles too, bro. You understand that, right?
No, go ahead, explain.
No, I'm saying like a false prophet could walk up on stage or like say like we in a room and he could do some miracles. Shit that is beyond nature in front of your face.
By the way of like what, language?
Nah, by the power of whatever, but not God, nigga.
They say he may be using like tools that God used that's not based on language but metaphysical, you know, can kind of play like psychological tricks to the mind, or is that kind of like what you said? In terms of like a miracle?
Look, bro, look. One of the things the Bible tell you is, even if an angel came to you preaching another gospel, don't believe it. Now, every time I ever read in scripture where you come up with an angel, you fearful. I think you brought it up where you didn't bow down or something like that. We want to look at it. What if one of those came to you and tried to tell you something opposite Jesus said? Ain't you the image and the glory of God? If that image speak that word, what should happen? Most people ain't got that faith, bro. And when I say faith, I'm not just talking about thinking or thought. I'm talking about, say, like right before you die, you really believe. If you believe in Jesus, you gonna have everlasting life. You don't know what that is, but you know what it is. That's type of faith. I don't know. Somebody told me.
I mean, I think anybody can have faith, and that's the such thing as good faith and bad faith, right?
Faith is
so even if you are planning it, you know, on your deathbed, and you have bad faith in terms of your explanation, I mean, does that into the kingdom, or like are you just God worthy? Like, because you have faith, but it's not rooted in the good faith, or like. I think it just kind of goes back to
look, here's the thing about faith, bro. And there's a difference between a nigga being remorseful and repentant. Right? Peter betrayed Christ, and he was not only remorseful, he was repentant. Judas was just remorseful. That's why he killed himself. He he was fully aware of what that meant. Meaning he knew he was betraying God. Like he was given the final warning. Like I don't think you understand what is that Satan may just be the prince of this world, like the God of it, but he does have a claim toward a lot of people. Remember what he told Jesus, Jesus said, Satan is asking to sift all of you as wheat. Remember what he told Moses, this nigga belong to me. And what happened at the end was not something people used to. Moses' body stayed with Satan, but his spirit went with God.
Yeah, man, I'm not against faith, man, but I just think faith, personal faith can be questioned. That's kind of the way that I'm kind of like, asking questions. I'm not, pointing anything towards you or anything. I don't care about that. I don't care about your person. I'm just speaking in the principle of it, the concept of God. And that's kind of how I like to talk about things. Just principle, that, what you got going on. I ain't the judge. You do what you do. I don't give a damn. But I just know that there's always two sides of it. People can have good faith or bad faith. So, but I'm not against faith. So therefore, I do understand faith. And I understand how it can be used as well.
What if we say not good or bad, but little or a lot?
Explain.
Remember when Jesus was talking and he was like, he saw the woman, he said, she got great faith. When he saw Peter do it today, he said, a little faith. He never looked at it in the sense of good or bad, but little or a lot. That implies something about the individual or man or woman.
Because faith biblically is defined by hope, and hope is something positive. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of
absolutely.
Like,
but I mean, still though, people use their own idealism to, propose that it's good. And therefore, they're using faith in a form of like their own idealistic positions to, use hope in a way to bring forth or bring into fruition, whatever they're using the faith for. And that's kind of like the definition of like bad faith, possibly.
Have you ever?
It's just according to what exactly we're talking about, in order to kind of like talk about what type of faith is being used there.
That's true.
So, how would you think? All right, look at it like this. How do you think a spirit could walk? Like, if I told you, Mark, I want you to walk in the spirit, how would you take that?
I would ask you to explain.
And you walk every day, right?
Yeah. I'm not a paraplegic, man.
Right. So, your spirit, if you want your spirit to move, what are you basically saying? You want it to do something, right? The spirits don't basically do like feet and hands. But let's put it like this. To move in the spirit, you will basically be moving in a more manner. You understand what I'm telling you? Like, if your morals are a certain way and it's gradual, as in, like you start by just holding the door for people. Sometimes you just want, maybe you start paying their bills. With people in different manners, whatever it is. You start calming down, you're not yelling at people. You're not backbiting, shit like that. When you do that, you basically moving in the spirit. And when you start doing that, you can start seeing other spirits pushing up against you. Especially when your speech is backed behind that spirit. Spiritual things are real. Man was made in God's image. And when you gotta get born in the spirit, we're telling you things that are earthly so you can correlate it to what's already there. All you gotta do is believe.
Yeah, so do you mean, are you saying that you have to have spirit in order to see like evilness towards you? In terms of like you kind of like holding doors for people and paying people's bills and stuff like that. And if you're not doing that, then you can't actually see evilness towards you. Is that what you said?
I'm saying when you begin to do, you begin to understand, especially that you have a body and you have a spirit, and your body was contrary to your spirit. Your spirit daily, if you are a true believer, cries out to God and groans in a language that God understands. Say like if somebody's in the church and it's a real church and they prophesy, they actually speaking to God. And someone has to interpret that prophecy because they have to interpret that conversation. Most people think of prophecy like fortune telling.
Yeah, would it be more so like individual driven than like the collective, like that the church is spoken about, or this overall morality is objectified in? You know, like, is it only just based on just the individual? You know, so I understand that, you know,
See, God cares just as much about you as he cares about the whole building of church. You just as important.
Yeah, but I was asking a general question, you know, like, is it objective to all people, or is it just subjective to individuals?
Oh, maybe to that time and place. Say like if it's in the Corinthian church, that prophecy made people, you know what I mean? They could hear the prophecy, it could be about something else, is whatever's being heard. It may do apply to that place, but there needs to be an interpreter. Remember, there's many gifts. You may be a healer, you may be an encourager, like random. Some people got multiple gifts. Prophecy ain't the greatest gift. Some people only get it when they sleep. Remember, it says the old men will have dreams, your children will have visions. So, like, some niggas gonna be prophesying when they wake up.
The word hazah, you know the word hazah, to see or to perceive. It could be, because remember when they said in was it Samuel or Judge Prophet?
Yeah.
But they do the same thing.
But remember, like, so with the prophet, someone, all right, a seer, they looking into something like, they need a medium, but like a prophet, he's relaying a vision, a message, but is a message. Something is being transferred. Someone has to give it to someone. Remember, there's also Gentile prophets like Balaam. They was able to do things. He was the greatest Gentile prophet.
That's what I was going to get into, though. Not necessarily Balaam, but like, you know, in Judges chapter 7, was visited by the angel, and the angel prophesied to the man Gideon. The angel said, "You're going to go and you're going to be like a mighty man and take on this other nation," right? But he didn't even yet perceive that it was an angel. He went to go get food and offered what he thought was a man food. And when he offered what he thought was a man food, after it had just prophesied to him, the angel held out his staff, and the food offering was burnt up, and the angel disappeared. He had like ascended and disappeared, right? Similar to when Samson and his wife, or the Manoah and his wife, offered an offering to the angel, who also prophesied to them. But my point is, okay, so the angel prophesied, and then Gideon turns. But then Gideon, he's like a prophet judge. But then he goes to the city to spot the city, and there's two strangers there on the outside the city, and one had a dream, and the other one gave the interpretation. And when he heard it, he fell on the ground and praised the Most High, saying that it was the word of the Most High to be fulfilled.
So you remember the prophet that got killed by a lion?
He was a lion prophet, though. That's why he got killed, right?
No. All right, so look what happened.
It's in Kings?
It's one of them. God told him, he said, "Yo, I want you to go and prophesy to the king, right? But don't come back the same way you came in. Don't eat nothing from over there. And come, like, once you done come." Now, on his way back, a man came to him and said, "Stop. An angel came to me and told me you must dine with me. Then you go on your way." And the man listened to him, and he ate. And when he walked out, the lion killed him, but it didn't touch his body.
Right. Is he because he? And he
They tell you it was an angel that told him that. Many people infer he was lying.
And the angel straight up prophesied.
Remember what God told niggas. Remember what Jesus told niggas through the Holy Spirit. Even if an angel come to you and try to tell you a lie against the gospel, don't believe him. Let it be a curse.
You guys, you lost me there. You gave it. I mean, they kind of killed everything that you guys was talking about. They killed everything. Like, so therefore, it's not about an individual encounter in terms of an angel coming down and relaying a message. Because you guys kind of give me examples that some people don't believe in their angels. Some people don't believe in angels. So
that's the interesting part. Like, you don't, like, God could prophesy through the man without an angel, or through the woman without an angel.
Right. I would rather hear that type of example than the angels being, kind of just
lying, no shit, right?
Or ignoring.
That's why I brought it up. The angel prophesied accurately to Gideon, but then the two Gentiles prophesied. One gave the dream, and the other one gave the interpretation of the dream. Now, Joseph himself was a dreamer. Joseph could dream and interpret.
He was a highest Gadik. So
right, but wouldn't that be an example of someone encountering an angel that's telling them the truth, but still don't hear him out, don't listen to it? So therefore, that individual encounterment of like angels being sent down to objectify morality or God's word, it's really inefficient in an example, because he's explaining that shit. Hell, these people are not even listening to me, and this is a true angel coming down and telling them the damn truth. So therefore,
is that free? What's up, free?
I'm asking, how is it all objectified by God?
outside of just individual encounters.
That's what I was telling you.
Interpretation.
We can't just take signs and wonders and miracles as God. When do you distinguish look, when do you distinguish, is a voice from heaven just a miracle, or is that God? At that line, a Jew is willing to transgress for God.
Well, the scriptures, the way the scriptures function and operate, there's this thing called agency and metonymy. In Judaism, they might call it the shaliach, but in theology of English, they might call it agency. And in literature, linguistic terms, or grammatical terms, they might call it a metonymy, right? So saying that the voice or the prophet's words are God's words is not strange or like foreign to the scripture.
No, we're just asking, which one is it? Is a voice from heaven a miracle or sign, or is it God?
They all blend together. Like, okay, God sends the message of the messenger, right? And that message, yes, from an angel sometimes, or sometimes directly from the human, sometimes to the angel, and then to the human, and then from the human to the whole earth or assembly or council, right? So all of that is agency. And then in the scriptures, you find it functioning or playing out as metonymy, like, oh, the words of Isaiah came the word of the Lord, blah, blah, blah. The word of the Lord came to this one, but then he's functioning. The word of the Lord to Hosea was, go marry a prostitute. The word of the Lord to Ehud was, go kill a fat man who's the king of Moab. You know?
And did the word of the Lord come like it came to Elijah? Or did it come in signs and wonders?
The word of the Lord was given to the kings of Judah, and was it 2 Chronicles 30, verse 12? And to the princes and to the elders, that they might fulfill the word of the Lord. It's like, what? The hand of the Lord came to fulfill the word of the Lord, but it's the princes and kings who are doing it. You feel me?
They had divine inclinations, you're saying?
Yeah. They were divinely inclined to take all the pagan idols out of the city and worship the God that their fathers knew.
And can somebody be divinely inclined to do the opposite of the will of God?
Yeah, but that would be a sorcery, or in the Bible, it would be like false divination or like evil divination.
So,
like a sorcerer or
when
somebody.
When Jesus told Peter, "Get behind me, Satan," why did he call him that?
Because Satan does just mean adversary, but he had a spirit of adversity.
So it's not go against God's will.
Right, he was opposing God's will.
So what would you call the evil Yetzirah, the evil one, when you do your Lord's Prayer?
An evil inclination.
Exactly.
That's what they call it. That's what it is.
Yeah. Would it be like someone in bad faith?
Yeah, they would call it an unclean spirit, but there's unclean spirits that are not humans, that are like demons and fallen angels too. And then there's
So Shashu, explain this to me. I'm not coming at you. Explain this part. Explain what you think it means to you when Satan entered Judas.
Yeah, that's different. See, I think Peter can be on his own volition, on his own accord, and then Judas can actually be possessed. That's the difference.
You think Judas was possessed?
Yeah, because it says Satan entered him. But it doesn't say that for Peter. So I think there is a difference. That you can't, on your own volition, just commit willful sin without any... You can have your own evil inclination, you know what I mean? Without being influenced.
So, dang, I wonder if that's in there.
I think so.
So now, no, that's not the... let me see what happened in that verse.
Right.
When he says, let me see what it is. Full chapter 3. Oh, that's in the beginning.
think it's different.
Nah, I'm wondering if they got other verses that say the same thing. You know how they have variants?
Well, like in the law, it kind of expresses it when it says you should not follow a crowd or a group of people to do evil. But then you can't do evil by yourself either. So.
So is this going back to the battle between Paul and Christ?
I don't know. Well, see, here's the thing. When I always think about when people say Paul contradicted the law, is Jesus himself. He said, you've heard it said, an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. But he doesn't allow in that instance retaliation of violence, nor did he allow Peter to, and he healed the man's ear. So that's. But at the same time, yeah, you could bring up whenever come a time where, let's say, bring all those forth who refuse to serve me. And he said, that's the time that they're going to use the sword that he told them to go purchase. But, yeah. So that's the same principle when Jesus does that. He's picking to have mercy or wrath, or when to go to war and when not to go to war. Solomon did the same thing. He said, there's a time for war and a time for peace. And then in the law, it says, if a matter is too hard for you to judge, bring it to somebody who can judge the matter. So that's indicating you have to discern.
I mean,
if
Jesus. But if Jesus is here to fulfill the law, whenever his judgment towards using the sword would be considered righteous in terms of God's will, right?
Mm-hmm. It's the same when people question God in the law, like, oh, why did he say that you could do this to Amalek, but everybody else got a lighter?
I would place it in modern day context in terms of Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the self-imposed Jesus Christ that's ushering in this holy war.
You gotta remember, Judas entered into him twice.
That wasn't Jesus' life. Yeah, I just want to hear that type of explanation towards the idealism that uses faith as a strong point, as a means to an end.
Idealism that uses faith as a strong point, as a means to an end. Go ahead.
Yeah, in terms of Donald Trump.
In terms of Donald Trump, okay, let me uses faith as a strong point or as a means to an end in a strong point.
Yeah.
Nathan, can we start doing the message here, please?
Oh my goodness.
Yo,
what's wrong with you? Get out the way, quick. Get out the way.
What?
Contribute, bro. Contribute.
Don't
troll, contribute.
Oh my gosh, no. Okay. If you can just get Nathan out the way, look, this is what I'm going to say. I think what you're talking about, Mark, is fanaticism, right? And fanaticism is an intersection where a lot of behaviors can look like they have faith, right? But really, it's fanaticism. And faith is going to be something stronger. But because of how cheap the ideas are thrown in or how imposed are now, I think it's people get them and faith mixed up. So I don't think people have faith in Donald Trump. I think what they have is fanaticism. That's what I wanted to say.
That's it.
For Nathan, he decided to troll because he just doesn't know.
No. The issue. Hold on, Jacobus. Yeah,
hold on, Jacobus.
Yo, Incan. You don't feel like you can agree to me, so you had to troll on the outskirts of it. But then when you go in the minutiae of it, now you're aligning with it.
You think that just
Therefore, I agree exactly with what you're saying, Incan. The fanaticism is spot on. But the point is that the trolling should indulge on the
conversation instead of trolling, bro.
You think that make that
Exactly. It's just the notion, bro. The notion of trolling.
You think that I made that up on the spot? Like,
No.
I immediately just came.
No, bro. I am genuine. I am being genuine. And when I say that, you are likely what I mean about the overall idealism that maybe can be considered as bad faith, but we kind of generalize it as faith conceptually, but it's not faith, it's fanaticism. It's like some sort of like
I agree with you, right?
You're in the matrix, Lincoln. You're in the matrix. But you got him. Mark, you got him. You got him, Mark.
Yo, Nathan, can you hear me, Nathan?
You're in the matrix, brother.
What about now?
Yeah, it sounds good so far.
All right, what about now?
Yeah.
Yeah, can I ask you a question, Nathan?
Are you gonna troll me? Be honest.
No.
Okay. I trust you.
Okay. I just want to know if you're good at it. Yeah, I just asked you the questions that all right. So this is my whole thing. I'm not trying to disagree with Mark, right? I'm like trying to conceptualize what he's doing. I think that if you look at how people are the word,
you're trying to break it up now.
POVR, maybe in short, they do have faith in the same sense as like faith without works. Have any works in their faith, and so their faith in their right? That's why you could be fanatic.
You sound kind of muffled.
I'll go after him.
Or is that just me? Is that just me?
Is that them at the gym, right? Yeah, I'm at the gym. I was just saying, it's like fanaticism that I can see what Mark is saying. It's kind of like faith in the same sense that the Bible says that faith without works is dead. Works, quote unquote, faith is the same type of faith that is dead, right? So that's why it gets classified as fanaticism.
Now, Nathan.
Yeah.
You ever, you free to just look one word up just so you can have an understanding of what I'm about to tell you?
Right now, I'm preoccupied. I can't even.
So according to Jewish tradition, right, back in like Moses' time, there was something called the goat to Azazel. Azazel is like the devil. And you will have two twin goats, right? Azazel. AZ.
Yeah, isn't that the same person? Yeah, isn't that the same person from like the Watchers, the book of Enoch?
Yeah, but that's the devil, basically, right?
Okay.
So now, in the Old Testament law, you have to, for the Day of Atonement, for your sins, you will have to have a scapegoat that will go to the wilderness, and he would do whatever to it. And the other one, sacrifice, right, for the people. And nigga, that's what happened to Judas. Remember what Jesus told Peter? He said, yo, Satan is begging to sift all of you as wheat, but I pray that your faith will not fail you. So Satan was able to get one of them. And one of them had to be the goat that will be let loose in the wilderness so Azazel could have it, for he had a claim to it. So just as this nigga betrayed Jesus, it made way for Satan to have a claim to it. That's why he kills himself, because he's tormented. It says remorse. It don't say repentant. Like, that's crazy when you really think about it. Like, he was sacrificed.
Was that because he was outside of like the scriptures?
No, because Satan has a claim toward your body. And this nigga, Satan was telling Jesus, yo, I want to sift your niggas as we, like niggas, you cut that shit from the bottom. I want to kill them niggas, and I got a right to that. And Jesus had to go and pray to the Father, like, Father, please, I don't want their faith to fail them, because look what he's going to do to them. But that only worked for 11 of them. It didn't work for Judas, because it is written on the Day of Atonement, one got to be sacrificed, slit throat for the people and their sins, and the other one got to be given to the devil into the wilderness.
You wanted to say something about it?
Yeah. I'm trying to think. Like, they didn't originally in the Torah, they weren't allowed to kill the goat, but they started being greedy and killing the goat. The goat was not for their sins. The sheep was for the sacrifice of the sins. The goat was to bear the sins as if it was, I don't know, like a sinner sent out into the wilderness or something. But when they decided to go out there and kill it, and I was supposed, why would they do that? Like, that's just extra. It's extra work, Did they eat it, or did they just stone the goat to death? Or what did they do? I can't remember if they stoned it to death or if they ate it or what. If they stoned it to death, they probably didn't eat it. You know what I mean? But I think that's what they did, is they stoned it to death. But
no, so look, the first goat.
I got a goat stoned once.
So look, the first goat.
He just walked around in circles.
So the first goat is sacrificed as a sin offering. The other one is let loose.
Right.
They don't kill it. The devil gets it.
And that's like another one, Jacobus. For the leper is they kill the one bird, cover it in blood, and then wash it off and let the other bird go free, the one that was washed. So they let it go free. They can't catch that dove after it flies away covered in water, because it's gonna fly away because it's wet with water. And it's like, why'd you just cover me in blood and cover me with water, And so the bird flies away, but you can't go catch that dove unless you have like a pistol. You could just shoot the dove out the air, but it's gonna fly away. But you can go catch the goat and kill the goat for absolutely no reason.
An earthly vessel is ritually impossible to be unclean, and you were made from the earth. So the only thing that can taint you is something from your heart.
Yeah, Shazoo, what would it mean to kill the goat, though?
To burn them and eat them.
But I mean,
which goat? Yeah, depends on which we talk about. Because the one weren't they commanded to eat, but the other one they were not even supposed to kill.
Yeah,
right. But I think that's important in terms of killing the goat. I want to eat a goat. Right? What you got to understand is the goat is meant to represent the devil. He meant to represent Lucifer. And Lucifer got T-Mobile. Jesus Christ got Verizon. So he's faster. God is faster because he got Verizon. And Lucifer got the Boost Mobile.
No, that's a Latin name for devil. That's a Latin name. Lucifer is not a different person. It's just a different name.
Lucifer is the devil, and he got Boost Mobile. And Jesus Christ got T-Mobile. He faster.
No, they're the same person, you idiot.
Yo, Megatron.
Well, what's up?
You ever heard that word Hallel? Like the teacher Hallel, or even when they say
Hallel and Shammai in the kind of the and
then when they speak temple. And when they talk about the Bible, like Revelation say the synagogue of Satan, it uses Hallel too.
I want to talk to you about this, Jacobus, is that the book of Revelations isn't really a book that they really wanted in the canon anyway.
Greek is not.
It's an ambiguous book. It's full of shit. Okay, is nothing but a wannabe Daniel, and it shouldn't be taken as serious as all these homos out here like to take it. Right? The prophecies of Jesus Christ already happened, my man. So I don't know why they keep trying to fit these fucking verses into something happening in the future. He came, he saw, he conquered.
So look, let me say
Prove he did it.
Look, let me tell you this. So the prophets, they all basically had the same message in root. So when we look at the book of Revelation, I'm not sure if you used to read in Amos or Obadiah, where it say a remnant of the earth will end up calling upon the Lord. I take that to be very prophetic from Amos and Obadiah. And it talks about
it's gonna pull from that.
Now why?
Doing that.
Yeah.
Paul was doing that. And then first and second
Because
Thessalonians.
it's the same spirit. Now look at, I think you need to remember this too, bro.
You're telling me it's the same spirit and telling me shit.
Alright, so watch this, bro. How many disciples did your Jesus have? Not the 70, not the 70.
I don't know, maybe 15.
He had the 12 and that woman, right?
He had the 12, but he also had Lazarus. He also had the beloved, and he also had what's his name?
I know, but when
the one that hung himself. What was his name again?
But say like when Judas. But when it comes to
so that makes 15.
But say like when it comes to the 12 disciples and that woman, you matter of fact, watch this. What's Jesus' name? Yahushua, correct?
He did.
And Moses said, "Who's gonna come after me as a prophet?" Yahushua. Even coincidentally, Joshua came right after him. And right after Joshua, he left 12 judges and a woman. And after that was the era of the kings and the prophets, where you have people trying to write down the Bible and do these things like they did. But now we in a different era. The era where we're trying to enter into the kingdom, where we have the 2 faithful spies going into Israel, going against the 10, who was too discouraged to do it.
Who are you arguing with, bro? What are you talking about, bro?
I'm saying, bro,
you're talking about the differences between
that could be you. No, I'm saying that could be you.
That's what it sounds like.
No, I'm saying that could be you. You could be a faithful witness. You could be a faithful witness willing to go inside of.
I care about what you think about me, bro. Yo, what is the argument, bro? Stop with this homo shit.
Yeah.
Yo, hit me with that channel if you want me to break you off from the train station. You want me to break you off from the train station? On the 25th?
I want you to have salvation,
bro. Man. I'll bring the condoms.
You want me to baptize you?
No, man, stop, Jacobus, man. You Jesus Christ, Jacobus.
Jesus ain't baptized nobody.
No, I'm asking you a question directly.
I'm saying Jesus ain't baptized nobody.
Are you Jesus Christ, Jacobus?
Nigga, why the fuck would I be Jesus? You stupid?
Yeah, I mean, you could have just said that up front.
That's a redundant question.
Why would you ask some stupid shit like that?
Yeah, because I wanted you to realize what you're doing in terms of your judgment towards people, in terms of like you feeling like
what did I say wrong?
You are actually preaching towards people when everybody is talking generally towards the subject.
What I did?
We're talking generally towards the subject.
Did I offend anybody?
Megatron offended a little bit because he didn't feel like he was on topic towards like the general point that he's speaking towards.
No, he said he didn't question the book of Revelation. So when he questioned the book of Revelation, I had to show him like, yo, Yahushua, your Messiah, he set up 12 disciples and a woman, just like Yahushua after Moses, who was supposed to come after Moses, and he did the same thing. And then it was the era of the kings and the prophets. And then now we're in the era of the spies, about to enter into the kingdom. You gotta be faithful. And if you ain't got that faith,
where's Inca?
Yeah, you've been hanging out too many black people lately, bro. You gotta start hanging out with some Puerto Rican people again. Jacobus, like,
no, you need Jesus, bro. You need Jesus.
He ran out of it.
Solid wanted you.
Muhammad got his hand in your ass.
We ain't got nothing. You don't know nothing about Jesus.
Muhammad got his hand in your ass.
The country ran too.
Receiving the prophet. Receiving the prophet.
You should just run sometimes. But when you leave other rooms, you can't really do what you do in here. You get booted out. Like, wait.
Niggas love you.
They got you, buddy.
Niggas love you. Yo, why you even watching me like that?
He got you, buddy.
Yo, bro, that's that dog. Yo, you acting like Judas, bro.
It can only be you.
You acting like Judas. You acting like Judas. This is the moment Satan entered Judas.
You're like his bitch.
Satan just entered
his bitch.
Do whatever you're gonna do it quickly, Satan.
How?
have this faith in Jesus. Have the faith of Jesus.
Whatever you're gonna do, do it quickly, Steve.
That's some homo shit.
Whatever you're gonna do it quickly, Steve.
Yeah. But that's the mind of Christ.
Jacobus. Is there like a specific, something specific that actually separates Jesus?
This nigga trying to have a real conversation with you. That's another funny thing. Like, that's hysterical. Man, you really trying to break it down. Like, these dudes are love the trouble.
He's a right fellow. He's pretty cool.
Come on. I think we're having a conversation, man.
I think you can learn from him. I think we shouldn't have a yelling back.
Yeah, you can learn from him. Clubhouse has really made you guys feel like you just got to yell out. You guys don't know what a conversation is. Clubhouse made you feel like you just yell at.
You know what, everybody, hold on. I think we wanted to pray for him. Let me do the prayer.
It's trash, man.
It's not trash. Let me pray for Mary.
See each other out. You can break them down. Shit, if you really want to break them down, still a yell at pray for him. You damn. Get rid of that position. What he doing? Say you're coming to yell in battle. I know he ain't trying to have a prayer competition. That's the money.
What are you talking about? In the name of Jesus.
Yo, King, you ever saw that video with Master Musa? And the Indian nigga was like, you bow to me. He was like, no, you bow to me. You bow at the same time.
Was the funny dude there?
That's why
it was a fat Master Musa.
It was from the one time traveling TV show, right?
Oh shit! Because I just seen the clip. I was like, that's it. I didn't know. That's really cool.
I think it's the time traveling TV show that you're talking about. Because my man Wayne's is in it. Was he like the advisor? The comedian, that black comedian? Was he like his advisor?
Yeah, I know that nigga had mad goldish, like.
Yeah, goldish, and the kid was white, right? The kid he was talking to, or whatever.
No. That's the second one. Because there's another one where he meets a rich Indian nigga, and they both like, yo, I'm not bowing to you, you not bowing to me. And he's like, you know what, let's bow at the same time, slowly. And then, you know what I mean? That shit was funny, yo. I like it. His mentality of niggas, it was just funny. They exaggerated. It was cool.
I'm putting the Mansa Musa Indian.
And refused to bow.
See, the only thing I see is this clip. It's from the same TV show. I'm seeing it. I'm looking at it. Yeah, it's from the same TV show, but it's a different scene. Same TV show. Yes. I'm looking at it right now. I gotta watch it. Yes, it's the same TV show though. So it's the same one.
So, and then, yo, I've been studying some shit, like, this shit, like, if I was to read to you what I was studying. So, look at this. Let me show you this part, right? So, this is the verse in the Talmud. But I'm going to give you the one that, look what it says. The time of the increasing number of the arrogant disputes have multiplied in Israel, and two Torah have created thereby. Two Torah is basically two laws, so the oral and the written. Here's another variant of the verse. Rabbi Hosea said at first there was no dispute in Israel. The courts of the 71 sat in the chamber of hewn stones, and the other courts of the 23 met in the town of the land of Israel. If in need of judicial advice, the inquirer will go to the court in his town. If there were none in his town, he will go to the court in the next town. The appeal process culminates in appearance before the great Sanhedrin. If they had a tradition, they would give it. If not, they would vote. From there, halakha was spread to all Israel with the increase of the disciples, Shammai and Hillel, who had not served their masters sufficiently. Disputes multiplied in Israel, and the Torah became two Tarot. Now, there's only one verse that I want to show you where it changed, where it says, let me see if we got it right here. From the time of increasing the number of the arrogant, disputes have multiplied in Israel, and they are the blood spillers. So, at this time this was written, is the same time Christ is he's like a teenager and all this is happening. So the Pharisees are blood spilling at this time, and you got various examples where the school of Shammai, they have them niggas vote and then they slaughter them niggas right before they go in so they could win the vote. So this shit crazy, bro. I'm looking at this shit crazy with Jesus. Jesus was a rabbi. That nigga was cooking niggas.
Yeah. Let me jump in there, Jacoby. So
I'm pretty sure Marky was talking to me. So the only thing I was gonna say, Jacobus, is that's one of the primary reasons why I started the anime that I'm writing is because for too long there's been this image that essentially Christ is this like weird pacifist faggot fucking liberal homosexual, and I'm tired of that shit. Because when you look at the actual Christ of the scripture, not only is he a warrior or with stoicism, but he's somebody that's strong, and in the face of the elites of his time period, he was able to do something that nobody else was able to do. And then, as you and I both know, when he comes back, he's coming back as a warrior with a sword. And so the reason why I started the anime is because, just like in Marvel, if you know the Marvel universe, the one above all is the god of that universe. Well, there's Christ as a programmer, or as someone who's like if you remember The Matrix, how you have the architect. So Christ in that anime is the great programmer, the architect of that universe. And the universe is obviously very advanced in technology. And so I did that as a way to portray Christ in a different light that I think is more appropriate, where he is a warrior, where he is still that same, all of the things we know Christ to be, but he is not that pacifist. It's more of the Old Testament of Christ that we see. So, I appreciate you bringing it out because, again, I think we need to see the fullness of Christ and who he actually is, and not this like new agey kind of, and he was that, what I'm talking about, that kind of slimy kind of, that kind of dumb.
He was taunting, like he was
taunting, yes.
Like look what he did, right? This is the way I love him in the fucking platform. The niggas gonna hate this shit, right?
Yeah, I wanted to jump in from.
Let me just throw this right here.
Can I go after you?
Let's just throw this in. So the whole question was, are you allowed to play basketball or ball on the Sabbath?
Yeah, I heard you ask that before.
Of course, the Pharisees gonna say, "Fuck out of here," right? But they got no law basis to really say it. Now, you can have 4 cubit space and carry something on the Sabbath, but that's about it. But this nigga G, he's throwing a ball forwards into the public domain on the Sabbath, fucking with niggas. Mind you, Moses says 6 cubits. So he's showing he know the limits and he's pushing it on these niggas. Fuck, you gonna get mad at a nigga for not breaking the law, but he's taunting you by throwing the ball 4 cubits, knowing he's allowed to do 6. So he's fucking with these niggas like, yo, it's crazy, bro, because I had to tell him all today. I said, yo, for a Jew, even if a voice came from heaven, even if a nigga did miracles, they gotta go by Torah, and that's it.
Yeah.
No, I think it's definitely.
Yeah. In terms of like how you address it and kind of like answer it, but I think the overall issue is like when people that are opposed or constantly in those type of battles, I would kind of like regurgitate like McIntyre's Alexander McIntyre's philosophy on like morality, and what he says about what culture in itself and how we actually look at morality is that it's rooted in like traditional and community. That's kind of quoting Jesus to an extent, but the issue is that it's like a crisis in terms of like using most of your own individual virtue. And that's why, like, morality in itself, objectively, is in serious trouble, because the self has taken over morality. But we use religion, these religious texts to, objectify morality, when some people in bad faith use religious texts as individualistic morality. Therefore, that's why, to go to the crux of it, Marx says it, that the opium of the people is religion. Marx is a economist, critic. Therefore, he was saying that the opium of the people is how people use money in itself to validate self-reasoning, self-morality. Therefore, it's not objective. And so McIntyre's position is on point, because, we understand the world. Everybody got to survive for themselves. When you come to understanding capitalism and, providing for your people, you already understand the opium that Marx is explaining in terms of capitalism. So, to kind of break apart or bridge that gap, I don't think the word or the Torah is the overall planogram of what morality is. Why? Because there is some external or earthly position that's been placed in God's position as well, in terms of survival. You may look at the Torah as something that's survival in terms of not just being just killing people or these things, but it's still a survivalistic memo to feed yourself or provide for your family. So therefore, just only the two.
Yeah, but look what you just said, bro. Let's put this thing to make y'all like to use the word pragmatic, so let's use it. In pragmatic terms, bro, if the time came, if everybody around you was starving, right? Everyone, your friends, your family, you would deny Jesus for a cup of applesauce.
Why would you say that?
Listen to what I'm telling you. There was a nuclear war. Boom, boom, everybody blow the fuck up. Only a remnant of niggas. And sitting there with your kids hungry, and niggas looking skinny like little Ethiopians and shit. If I come up with a can of little applesauce and say, yo, deny Jesus Christ, you can have this to feed your kids, you would do it.
Not a can of applesauce.
And half the motherfuckers in here.
I don't think people are that docile.
A cup of applesauce.
I don't think people are that docile in terms of.
Nigga, feed your fucking kids. You know how many niggas in here with the.
No, I get it. You addressing the overall survival position of it, but I think people are more rational.
Nigga.
They just use it to say, well, rob your people, kill your people for a damn bottle of applesauce. They won't do shit.
I didn't say that. I said you would take this not sword for a cup of applesauce.
Okay, I got you. My bad.
You wouldn't say that?
No, not at all.
If your kids are starving, you would do it?
No, that's not the position. That's not the point. That's not the point.
The Bible says you're not going to be able to buy or sell on that day. And on that day, if you cannot buy or sell to feed your kids, if I come up with a bottle of apple, you would twerk, you would deny Jesus, you would do anything to feed your family with the applesauce.
I think that's a small, minute point, you know.
Nigga, that is grave. If you deny Jesus,
and I hear you. I hear you. I'm not dismissing what you're saying. I'm just saying that I think that it's small and minute in terms of now. In terms of being rational, you know, outside of just survival. Goddamn, I'm talking myself in a circle. I think there is the issue of capitalism in itself.
Oh my God, the issue of capitalism is a human condition, just like the issue of any other economic system. As long as you have humans within a system, the human is always going to be that limiting factor. Because if all things were equal and ideal, and we were all robots, every system would be or work, right? Socialism would work, communism would work, capitalism would work if we were all angels.
This isn't a battle about like economical systems here.
No, you brought it up, and I'm trying to tell you. You brought up morality. Right. Is not the economic system. The issue for any system is going to be the human. It's not about economics. Right. It's about having a flawed variable within a system that does not have moral consistency.
So you're agreeing with me that the self in itself is under siege. It's like the self in terms of thinking it's valid and it's individualism. It's really not there because there's still complete skepticism, complete questioning in terms of what the morality position of it. So I brought you down to the earth to answer that question, you know, based upon the self, and that's kind of what I was talking about, like good faith is subjective, you know, but I do think faith in itself is objective. But the point is that good faith and bad faith, the position that covers all is like, well, Jacoby said, you got to read the text, read the Old Testament. It's like, well, this will bring good faith or usher in morality. And then when I try to bring it down to like more material things in terms of like capitalism, and I'm kind of like aligning it with capitalism in terms of the good faith, good faith and bad faith, in terms of like how bad faith people will utilize capitalism as an agenda to say, well, this is the overall end all and the ends to a means. And I questioned him and said that, do you think Donald Trump is Jesus Christ in terms of ushering in a holy war? and to me,
you know what my picture is referencing, Mark? Do you know what my picture is referencing? Look at it real quick. Hey, do you see it? Do you know who Donald Trump is standing in for?
I don't.
That's very interesting because this picture is referencing the actual person he is been acting as the last couple of days. It's not Christ, it's Martin Luther. It's the very person that started the breakaway from the Catholic Church. Martin Luther. There's a very famous picture of Martin Luther, which Donald Trump is standing in for Martin, where Martin Luther posted the 90, I think it was 95, not 99, 95 the thesis, right, the Catholic Church. That started the Protestant Revolution, or the Protestant Reformation, that's what they call it. But it's essentially a revolution to give the church back to proper God teaching, which is the very thing that Christ did to to the Pharisees, which is very interesting because even before Christ, incarnate I'm talking about, because nothing is before Christ, but incarnate before Christ, Moses and others did the same thing for the Israelites, where the Israelites went off and they brought a revolution to bring everybody back to God. So it's interesting you have that for loop, or essentially that through line throughout human history where people get away from God and then somebody's there to bring them back. So Donald Trump, although what he did yesterday I think was it made me uncomfortable when I first saw it. The second picture that kind of portrayed him as Christ, which I think is the thing that you're referring to. Now he came out and said that's not what, and I'm glad he did that. He came out and denied, even if it looks bad, he came out and denied that is what he was being portrayed as. He said it was more of the red cross, and I know Trump didn't make that, and he doesn't know the context, so I'm not going to hold him to, I know he doesn't know these things, right? But whoever made it for him, that person, you know what the fuck you were doing, and it's wrong, right? And it's actually a guy made it in February, because I actually looked into it. So some guy posted this in February, and he said something similar, but he knows what he's doing. I don't like that he did it, but again, I don't expect Trump to understand the context of something like this, and clearly he did. That's why.
Why don't you hold him to that?
Because if somebody is
extreme intellectual. No, hold on. Let me ask the question first, please.
I know what you're gonna ask.
I know that's okay. Just let me answer. Ask it, please. If you look at it as a person that is in that position, that's making right decisions, but then you say, well, I can excuse him because he don't know this. How intellectual do you actually think this guy is?
Intellectual is not determined by one mistake. Like this
no. I'm not saying it's about a.
But it sounds like that's what you're trying to say.
No.
Trump is not a theologian. Trump is not a theologian, Mark.
Let me explain
He's not a theologian, bro.
Let me explain to you what I'm.
He's not deep into the Christian. Like he's not. That's not Trump.
Yeah, okay.
You guys are trying to hold him to standards that he's not like. That's not him, bro. I can see if you want to hold me. If I was president, and then you would be mad like you're mad at Trump. You would be mad at somebody like
you're not president, so you should make sure he holds the same standards in terms of.
No, hey, that's fucking retarded. Again, he is not a theologian, and as a Christian, he's more cultural Christian than he is a professing Christian like myself. If it was me, okay, hold me accountable, because I know these things. He does not know those things. This is fucking stupid. Y'all are trying to hold him to a standard that he doesn't apply for.
Solomon, stay in general of the point.
Fucking dumb.
Stay in general of the point. Stay hands on with the point.
Trump is clearly a cultural Christian. He's not like a professing Christian as myself.
Do not individualize this thing based on.
No, it's not about individualizing. It's about comparison. And making sure that we're actually judging him by a standard he is supposed to adhere to. He is a cultural Christian. He's not an actual Christian.
Stay in principle. Don't fall into.
Then he should have claimed to be a Christian, right?
Yes, he can. Okay. That is the no true Scotsman fallacy. Oh, because you don't meet this qualification, therefore you're not a true Christian. That is a fallacy.
So the dude that posted
no true Scotsman fallacy.
So the dude that posted it originally, is he a Christian?
Yes, the guy who posted him originally is, and that's why I said, you heard what I said. He's the one. The guy who posted it originally in February, on February 4th, he is the one that I would hold accountable, because you know you shouldn't be posting shit like this. I'm not going to hold Trump, who doesn't know shit about any of this. I'm not going to hold him accountable. He's not the one who made it.
Solomon.
He's just reposting it, thinking it's okay. He doesn't know shit about any of this.
Solomon. So
that's what the image was?
It's an image that looks like Christ.
Hey, we're all listening. I'm just trying to follow. I would love to know what the image is, real quick.
Mark, please. Dewey, it's an image that looks like where Christ would be. You see how I got an image where?
Yeah, I followed the Martin Luther one. So instead of Martin Luther, it's Christ.
This shit
Yeah.
coward as fuck.
So it portrays Donald Trump in the position of what most people would think.
But like the arms open.
Yes.
Head slightly ajar.
So basically what you're doing is catching him up to the conversation.
Yeah, I have to be caught up, and he's obliging me. Thank you.
Right.
It would have been over if he just let him do it. Now it's over.
He did.
I have a version where they put Obama.
Why you so hurt and you caught up, bro?
You're the one who's hurt. Calm down.
PTR real quick, Dewey. That's the version with Obama. So imagine the same thing just with Trump. So this one is with Obama. So you see how it looks like kind of Christ kind of, the white Jesus kind of putting my hand on it. So they portray Trump like that.
You need a voucher. Yeah, so the
point. But this one is Obama doing it to the
I hear you.
Yes.
Solomon, you done talking to me? Just say that.
Lamar, you need to learn to just like sometimes shut the fuck up, bro.
No. He's
trying to get people into the conversation so they have context, and you're just fucking voice trouble.
He got what he wanted, and now I'm asking.
People are trying to understand the conversation we're having, and you're just blocking.
Everybody move on.
He got what he wanted.
Yes,
now
move on.
You a question, Solomon.
What's the question, bro?
So therefore, you should not look at Trump as someone that holds these same statutes that you hold. But you say, well, anyway, he's just not Christian enough. In terms of he's not a theologian. Are you excusing him to that extent, bro?
Yeah, oh my fucking God. Yes, Mark. Hello, Earth to Mark.
Why?
Yes, sir. He's not deep with Christian theology, imagery, and all of that stuff like somebody as myself would be.
No.
Did you not understand that?
So the issue is that how you would question, like maybe non-Catholics, maybe maybe like gay people that's not holding the canon. Like you would question them in the same way that they don't actually follow Christ.
How can you, Mark?
They don't.
It is not complicated. I'm trying to make it complicated. It's not, sir.
No.
Some people know and are engaged with more Christian cultures than others. This is not complicated. You're trying to overcomplicate it. Some people are more engaged with historic Christendom and others. That is how simple as that.
I understand that.
Donald Trump is not engaged, although he was raised Presbyterian. He was raised Presbyterian. Stop talking.
Instead of having conversation.
He's raised Presbyterian. He was raised Presbyterian.
Oh my
and that's okay. But he is not a devout Christian. He's not. We all know that. So I'm not going to hold him to a devout Christian standard. I didn't vote for Trump to be a devout Christian. However, I did vote for him to promote Christian values, which you can do as a cultural Christian. You can promote Christian values and not be a devout Christian. I voted for him to do that because I know at the very least he was raised Presbyterian.
Man, you can be
understand at a cultural level the importance of Christianity. Exactly what I need. I don't need you to be devout like myself. I am a devout Christian. If I posted something like this with my face, okay, everybody, stop fucking interrupting me, bro. Holy shit.
You're not making any fucking sense, bro.
Shut the fuck up, bro. You hear me talking and you're talking over me. Shut up. Like, shut the fuck up, bro. Shut up. Shut up. You hear me talking? Shut up. Shut the fuck up, bro. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. What the fuck is wrong with some of y'all? Shut the fuck up, bro. You fucking hear me talking and you're talking over Shut up, Mark. Shut up. Shut up, bro. Because this is why I get on your ass. Because this shit. You act like a fucking retard. Shut up.
Hey, you don't rely on.
No, why don't you just shut up? How about you just shut up? While I'm talking. Just shut up. That's what's wrong with you niggas. You niggas, this is why you niggas don't get anywhere in life. Because y'all don't know how to shut the fuck up. Y'all raised by these lampy-headed hoes that don't teach y'all shit. Just shut up. You hear somebody else talking and you still fucking talking like you a fucking retard. Shut up.
Man, we heard you, nigga.
Shut up. I don't give a fuck what the fuck you heard. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. You don't even make no goddamn sense. That's why you kill women. Nobody understands a word you fucking say. And then they gotta pretend around you. You gotta fucking pretend like you saying something coherent. You're literally retarded.
You make no sense.
And niggas gotta pretend like you fucking saying something, like you literally like you saying something.
I don't give a fuck about
everything you say is fucking retarded. None of this shit ever makes sense. And people gotta buy into that shit like you fucking saying some shit.
I challenge your ass straight up.
Shut up. You ain't challenging shit. The only thing you challenge is your mental. You're mentally challenged.
No, you are.
That's the only thing you challenging.
You are. That's why you contradict yourself.
Fuck is you talking about?
You are. That's why you contradict yourself.
You don't know shit about shit. Every time you come in here, you sound like a fucking retard.
You're mentally challenged. That's why you contradict yourself.
Every time you come in here, you talk like a fucking mentally retarded individual.
Quit with the ass.
Like you wrote on 3 short buses.
Man, quit with
3 of them. 1.
Quit with
3 fucking short buses.
Nigga.
Spell nigga.
Challenge that shit
intellectually. Dumbass.
Challenge that shit intellectually.
Spell nigga.
Challenge that shit intellectually.
Fucking retard.
Quit with the ass, bitch.
I'm tired of you dumbass niggas coming in here acting like you can have a conversation with me. Nothing in your fucking life, but you think you can talk to me.
Absolutism. That's some fake ass.
Shut the fuck up, faggot. You ain't that dumbass daddy that decided to none of your mama while she was 40. That's why you fucking retarded.
Yeah, that's why you in America.
That's why the fuck you retarded right now.
That's why you in America.
Fucking dumbass nigga.
Your daddy speaks fluent.
My daddy is fucking smart. Let me show you. My daddy, not only is my daddy smart,
you come over here and you want to be
a good looking nigga. Let me show you. Come show you my daddy. My daddy is a good looking nigga. The reason why I'm good looking is because of this man right here. The reason why I'm not retarded is because of this man in my PTR. Look at him. You wish you had a fucking daddy like that. I talk to my daddy almost every day. That nigga love me. When's the last time you talked to your stupid ass father?
You got the aesthetics of it.
Nigga, do you know your dad?
You got the aesthetics of it.
Mark, do you know your dad?
You got the...
I know you don't. You fucking retard. I know you don't know your dad.
You got the aesthetics
I know you don't know your dad. You just know your stupid ass mama.
Nah.
Play with me. Play with me.
Hey, you don't know shit, but I mean, that's irrelevant. You're making false claims.
Stupid ass people in here. I'm done with dumbass niggas.
I know your president make you feel you can speak that way, and to make you feel valuable in terms of the way you speak it.
I'm wasting my time.
When you're speaking false, you have a faulty position in the way you.
Nobody understands what you're saying, bro.
Yeah.
Check it. Have you ever met a cultural Catholic? Check it.
Yes. Cultural Catholics exist. Yes.
Yeah. It's bullshit.
Literally, that's most Catholics in America. They're cultural Catholics. They don't go to mass. The magisterium of Catholicism defines what is Catholic. Someone who goes to mass regularly gets communion, all of the other stuff. They define it. Most Catholics don't do that.
I got you.
So they're Catholic in name or they're lapsed. Whichever way you want to look at it. They're lapsed or they're Catholic in name only. But they are not by Catholic standards, by the church standards. That's the criteria. They do not do what Catholics are bind by the magisterium to do. They don't do those things. So by their standard, they're not Catholic.
So
for instance, if you hold beliefs that are publicly against Catholicism, like believing in abortion, you will not get communion. There are plenty of Catholic politicians like Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, and others who publicly, the Archdiocese of California told you cannot get communion. They're very strict about that.
Oh my goodness.
In certain places versus others. Because sometimes they'll, and that's why I don't like Catholicism, because it's like they play games. They play a lot of games. Oh, you can get but you can. Oh, we're gonna. They do a lot of that. They do a lot of politics.
Yeah, but you're a culture Catholic. You are a culture Catholic.
I'm a confessional Protestant, dumbass.
Oh, I thought you said.
No, I'm a confessional Protestant. I believe in Protestantism. I'm convictional about my Protestantism.
Yeah.
So the cultural Catholics, that's the same. Would that be the equivocation of a social Christian? They're just
no. Oh, yeah, they would be. Yes, it's a very specific of the cultural Christian. Now, cultural Christian has a spectrum because in some contexts, Knowledge and Mike, who are both atheists, they are atheists. In some contexts, you can include them as cultural Christians only because they would vote or they believe in certain things that are adjacent to a Christian society, even though they don't believe that what we believe is the truth. And you get a lot of that. So in some cases, they could be included as such, even though, again, they're both staunch atheists. Knowledge and Mike are staunch atheists. They do not believe in Christianity. So cultural Christian itself has a spectrum.
So when we have 30,000 denominations saying the same thing about the other denominations, saying that one is subjective and the other is objective, that we have the truth and the others don't, they're all claiming that the other is a fake.
Yeah, I agree with that. So you're making an argument against the one true churchness.
You don't know who you're talking to,
right? That's what you're saying. That you're making the argument that it's basically a more concentrated version of those who argue for religious pluralism. But the context now is just Christianity. You're saying that, hey, there's all these churches claiming to be the one true church. How can that be, right? That's your argument?
Yeah, because it's based in.
I'm not arguing. I'm just actually we just
saying there are 30,000 denominations claiming to be the one true church, right?
Yeah, we came to an agreement. Well, I wasn't arguing anything. I don't know where you got. Well, we're just done.
But okay, are you saying that there are 30,000 denominations claiming to be the one true church?
Yeah, we just agreed that that's what they do.
But you're saying that's not true, though. Are you saying that is or isn't true?
Why?
We just agreed. We just agreed that is the case.
I do agree with that there are, because you'll hear Catholics and specifically Eastern Orthodox making that one true church claim. Whereas when you look into both, it's very interesting. The actual history, who again they claim, if you look in history, you're going to be apostolic. When you actually look at all the history, not the cherry picked history, yes, it's very bloody. It's very divisive. I'll put it like that, because there are so many schisms even within Eastern Orthodox itself, and even Oriental Orthodox and the Catholic Church compared to different ecumenical councils and councils that aren't considered ecumenical, because the only reason they're not considered ecumenical is because they went against other ecumenical councils. There's a lot of that shit going on in Christendom. So this idea that there is the one true church, I just think it's ridiculous when you look at all the history, because again, there are so many divides, and hey, these people went this way, these people went that way, all of that shit going on. And the real focus, I think, should be on what the gospel message is, which is infallible, versus trying to make one institutional earthly church the one true church. That's just how I see it, though.
So when it ain't to the good faith, bad faith battle.
And it's based upon only script. It's based only scriptorial.
Well, Protestants are non-Orthodox, so they're more prone to be sola scriptura, whereas any Orthodox sola scriptura. Did I say
solo? Not Bible alone.
Just solo. I said solo. I thought I said solo, but they're more, because the Orthodoxy, they don't agree with each other. Russian, Syrian, Eastern, Western, they call Catholic, Ethiopian, Toledo, and Syria, whatever other ones.
Yeah, Syriac. Yeah, you said it. Yeah, you said it correctly. Yes. And Haggai, because we got a couple of Oriental. I don't think we have Eastern. We have Oriental Orthodox here. We don't have Eastern or Oleg. I don't know. I think Oleg is Armenian or
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what Oleg is or was.
Armenian
Oleg is a mystery.
Armenian apostolic, but I'm atheist now in culture.
Yes, he's atheist now, but he used to be. So
I'm
he's
so culturally Christian. I prefer the Christian world.
Right. And so you heard that.
It's exactly what you were talking about, but I was eating dinner. I couldn't comment.
No, you're good. You're good, Oleg. So you can see, Shashu, that we have that spectrum. That's the beauty of chillism. We have the spectrum of folks with here that sort of define that cultural Christian that I'm applying to Trump. Trump is not Christian in the confessional sense like me, right? Someone like me. So I'm not going to that standard. If I posted a picture like that, everybody should take away my support because I know better. I know better than to post something like that. That's blasphemous for me. Trump clearly does not know shit, and the picture was made at February 4th, and the guy who made it, I'm holding him accountable because he knows you shouldn't be making something like that.
Yeah, so let me ask you a question. Real quick. So Solomon, you would say that morality is rooted in culture, right?
No.
Alright, so here's my question.
I'm not.
Go ahead.
I'm not.
Morality is not rooted in culture, no.
Yeah, I'm not. Why not?
Because the right and wrongness of morality cannot be rooted in the fickleness of humans and their culture. It has to have a measurement that transcends. It has to have a measurement.
Objectively.
Wait, what is right and moral?
Cultures can choose. Cultures can choose
to
get in line with that transcending. Cultures can choose to be in line with that transcending moral framework, so they have the choice.
Wait, how can you say a moral is right or wrong if it's deemed to be subjective? Basing upon objective morality, which you claim you're a Christian, you have to rule morality objective because you have an objective moral lawmaker.
That's what I just What do you think I'm arguing?
You're arguing still. You brought up this subjective. It's not coming from the.
I didn't argue it. So I literally argued the opposite.
Yeah, I'm just saying because not everybody is a Christian, so it's like maybe can't.
Being a Christian doesn't.
He can simply say his point of view. Why the fuck would he speak for everybody if he's right?
Alright, you don't need to be a dickhead, buddy. Your money's still going to go fuck
you. You can be the same dickhead. You can be the same dickhead as that faggot dickhead in your PTR.
Yeah, because you're a fucking nigger. You're ruining the country.
I'm a nigger. Your mama's a nigger lover. Your mother is a nigger lover. You know how much black dick your mama is at? You know how much black dick your mother is at?
No, she's
Do you know how much black dick your mother is in fucking college? That bitch was fucking getting down, nigga. That bitch was getting
my mother's from Russia.
I bet you, if you knew your mother, I bet you 1,000%, your mother was sucking black dick.
I would say this to your face.
Your mother was sucking black dick in college.
I would call you a nigger.
Your mother was sucking black dick in college, buddy.
I would call you a nigger.
Your mother was sucking black dick in college. Your mother was sucking black dick in college, buddy. Your mother's a fucking nigger lover. Your mother's a nigger lover. Your mother's a nigger lover.
You're a monkey.
And you're a faggot just like that faggot in your PTR.
That's how mad you get. You're a nigger. This is how you guys act. You're out of America.
Walking pussy.
Yeah, you're tripping out. This is how black people act over a word, by the way. This is how people act over a fucking word. You are a disgusting chimp.
See these niggers? These niggas are fucking nigger lovers.
You're playing to the nigger though.
I just want to.
Fucking nigger lover.
He laughed. Fuck.
You laughed. Okay, cool.
You abused him out of the room. Because I mean, I hear you, King. He had you fucked up. He was out of pocket. This is justified crash out. I'm not gonna lie. But I was like, I feel like I could have cooked him a little bit. You're getting it.
Come on. Man, make a submission, man. Come on.
Stay on.
Don't get deep, man. Make a submission.
I called his mother a nigger lover.
He just pull out of pocket. At that point, you could crash out. You know, I just know.
Why so? He called me a nigger.
What did I do? I damn racist part of America that, man.
A lot of these little white boys, they need to be checked, bro. They all need to be checked, bro. It's a fact. It's not, bro. I will cook all these little boys, man. And they're little fucking cowards, too. They're fucking cowards.
You too, Mark.
They're fucking cowards, bro.
I done cooked Solomon already.
No, you smart. You have never in your fucking life cooked me, bro. Ever in your fucking life.
Look at he finna crazy.
Ever. You never cooked me, bro. They actually, Mark, you know they told me, yo, chill out on Mark, please, bro. You know how much they begged me to chill out on you? Nigga, you know how much Nathan and them begged me to fucking chill out on you? That's how bad it was, bro. Don't ever fucking think you ever cooked me. They begged me to leave you alone. They fucking begged me.
I heard you.
Alright, cool. Don't ever fucking think you ever cooked me. They begged me to leave you alone.
I heard you, bro. Come on, man. The thing is that you already said that here in Chili's, we have this cultural understanding of idealism in terms of Christianity that's not. We're not going to accuse Trump and he's been an intellectual, him knowing better, and all that. But the point is that you making a cultural, you pinning a cultural idealistic pinpoint towards the room. And who would side with you? So yeah, well, fuck, who said?
Who would side with me for what?
I don't give a fuck who said, well, let Mark say this.
They said, leave Mark, please.
I don't give a fuck.
Please.
I don't
let him live. They said, they told me to let you live.
I know this room is full of people in a fucking posse with the same ideology. I know that. That's why I come in here and be opposed to all the bullshit that you niggas goddamn try to lay down. And simple as that. So don't use it as an excuse to validate anything because you guys think the same way in the first place. And it's not objective at no point. It's not objective at no point.
Well, he was Russian and Catholic.
Y'all just have an understanding.
Yeah,
was Russian and Catholic?
Yeah, he said he was Russian too, and I clicked his bio. He had a Russian flag and a Catholic
Vatican flag.
Yeah, he's the Vatican flag. All these kids, they're fucking confused. This is why I keep saying they're all grifters. They're fucking posers. They know nothing about that. Do you know how disrespectful it is? I will. If I ever was Russian and I had a fucking Catholic flag in my shoot me in the fucking head.
It don't make sense, does it? Because you got the whole Russian Orthodoxy.
And that's what I'm trying to say.
Here we go.
These people are traitors to their own culture. They're fucking traitors. Who wants to build anything based off of someone who's a traitor to their own culture, bro? And this is as Christian, because this is some, I believe, Orthodox Catholics and Protestants, we all have, although we don't all agree, I think we all have sincere Christ followers who are all going to be saved. So for me, it's like, why would you betray your culture like that? And of course, he has Nick Fuentes in his fucking, as a fucking PTR, the little faggot boy that's teaching these young kids to have no sense of duty to their heritage. And I think that's very dangerous. I'm sorry. I think that is extremely dangerous. I do. That doesn't mean you can't criticize your culture. That doesn't mean you can't say the truth. But if you're adopting modes of thinking or frameworks that are literally diametrical to the survival of your own culture, I think that's a problem. Now, as a Protestant, we don't have that. We don't have that sort of issue. Because, and I do think Protestantism is the one way of Christianity that, meshes the best or can mesh with any culture, especially if you're forward thinking rather than, looking at the past. But in terms of something so serious like Catholicism versus Orthodox, if you know the history, it's like, bro, what the fuck are you doing?
Well, given it could be, there could be a high population. Go ahead, Alice.
Man, I guess as Christians and followers of Christ? Like, what do you think that he has said that is so antithetical to the progress of his Christian people?
So that's a complicated answer because you can first see, Alessandro, the Catholic Church has condemned him twice. You know that, right? The Catholic Church has come out and condemned Nick Fuentes 2 times, not just once.
Are you
twice.
Catholic or Protestant?
I am not. I'm Protestant. I told you I'm a convictional Protestant.
Why does that mean anything?
What are you talking about? What does that mean? And that tells you what part of Christendom I belong to.
No, Catholic Church coming out and condemning.
Anyways, so Alessandro, when you look at Nick's portrayal of Catholicism versus the Catholicism that he is, versus the Catholicism of our day that is condemning him, you see that Nick is promoting a Catholicism that is essentially false. He is promoting a sort of Vatican I crusader, homosexual kind of new age, white nationalistic Catholicism that again is not present in the actual what are their books? It starts with a C. They're books that like detail all of the laws and all the things that Catholics follow. I want to call it the catechism. The what?
You don't mean the catechism, do you?
I thought that was Orthodox. It might be that word or not, but regardless, you know what I'm referring to. So the way Catholicism is actually documented to operate, Nick operates outside of that. He is promoting a Vatican I that is pre-Vatican II. So a Vatican I crusader kind of Catholicism that no longer exists. And that's a problem for the church because a lot of the young men are being drawn into that Catholicism when it doesn't exist, when the Pope and the rest of them are no longer like that and are trying to get away from that.
Yeah, you're Catholic.
I'm not, bro, I will never, ever, ever fucking be Catholic. Don't ever call me that dumb shit again, bro. I'm a convictional Protestant. And I'm proud of my Protestantism. The fuck? I'm Nigerian. We're Nigerian Protestants. Look us up. We're not none of these pussy ass mainline fucking LGBTQ flag in front of our church as Protestants. That's not us. That Protestantism is dying. This Protestantism is taking over the world.
So, are you talking about the encyclical? What is it? Encyclopedia? No, encyclicals. What is it? The Catholic ones that they follow from the.
Yeah, I thought it was the Catholic. I thought he had it right. Maybe let me look it up on this. Let me look it up.
Encyclicals, something. I don't know. They're fucking weird over there. The Catholics.
That's a fact.
I think, King, your interpretations do make sense based on where you're coming from. I can see why you're coming from that direction, but I think Catholicism is one of the oldest forms of Christianity. Of course, the Eastern Orthodox, of course, they're older. Like Roman Catholicism is not the oldest form of Christianity at all. Like Hagop, is that true? I thought it was backwards. I thought the Romans were first, and then the Eastern Orthodox was in.
It is catechism. It is the catechism.
So that's right. What do you mean? I was right.
Isn't the Ethiopian church like way earlier?
You see? What you just did? All these people have a claim to we're the oldest tradition. All these separate schisms have a claim to we're the oldest. No, we're the right.
That's what they all say.
Well, look. Armenians say we're the first nation to adopt Christianity as a state religion in 301 AD. That's not up for debate. We never claim we're the first Christians. But the people, obviously, by the Levant,
you want to know
Ethiopians claim it.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were done. My bad. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I've heard Ethiopians claim it. I've heard Egyptians claim it. I've heard Syrians claim it. But we never claim we're the first Christians.
We got Paul of Dominicans want to tell people that we're the only country in the world, in the United States, that has a Bible on their flag. We are the only one.
So,
what state is that? The Dominican Bible
true. Also, the Dominican Bible says Jesus was born in Santo Domingo.
That's wait, what's the canon for the Dominican Bible? What's the canon? You guys have the 66 books, or what's the canon?
No, I just made that up. Low-key just made that up. We don't have the house.
That's why I asked, like, wait, what's the canon for them if it says that?
Why so? Why did you fuck around?
It's just a joke. Some levity, bro.
Don't unpack the joke. You're gonna.
Yeah, it's just a joke. So it is the catechism. So the way that the catechism is, because I'm taking it, you know the difference between Vatican I and Vatican II, right?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So you see the issue of Nick promoting the sort of Vatican I crusader, like, you know, hyper nationalistic kind of this very racist, you know, white national version of Christianity versus Vatican II, which is very open arms. You know, there are multiple lanes, which again I don't like. Don't take this the wrong way. I don't like that. But for them, just internally, it's a problem when someone like Nick is promoting that type of Catholicism versus what the Vatican wants to be promoted.
Yeah, they have a clear hierarchy and expectation of ideals, even as they transition from the first to the second. I can acknowledge that.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question. Didn't say anything about like teachings directly from the city, because my understanding was that the Catholics followed like some teaching, like some type of book written by former popes as well.
Yes, and that's what gets even murkier because there's the Pope speaking ex cathedra, which means binding, like that's the infallibility of the Pope when he speaks ex cathedra versus having his opinions, blah blah blah.
That's what I was referring to. I think that got that wrong actually.
Ex cathedra from the seat of Peter is what.
Encyclicals. Like the
yes, that fucking word, encyclicals. That's right. Boom, I nailed that.
Now, you bring that up because of what? Because I think Francis created, the guy who was in before this guy, he created a lot of problems.
Because my understanding, like I thought that was part of the curriculum as like part of their teaching, but it must not be as common as I thought. Most people had never.
Yeah, well, that's the problem with Catholicism. It's so funny. They try to look at us as Protestants and say, "Oh, look, you have 40,000 denominations." Well, sir, look at it's very interesting that when you look at what Catholics actually believe versus what the Church believes, which again, Nick Fuentes is a great example. You guys are not doing proper, right, teachings of your own books and scriptures, and then when your Pope is tweeting like he doesn't know the Bible, you just reinforce that trope about Catholics. It's ridiculous. Where a majority of Catholics in America believe in abortion. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that's what the catechism teaches.
Again, if you're okay, Michael, if your claim is that you are the one true church, that is your claim, that you are the one true representation of Christ, then you should be held to a standard because Christ says you should know them by their fruits.
Yeah,
so if we're knowing something by its fruits and you keep producing rotten fruit, what are you going to say to that?
Michael, what he's trying to say is like,
what does the church like, have to do with the church?
No, I'll explain to you. He said he's like the Catholic Church is like the secular church. So the burden on it is such a higher. Let's say like he present Kate like a Protestant.
Yeah,
he'll say, well,
that's true.
He'll just say, look, there's 39,399 other churches that you check those. Okay? And it'll just be like a church of the house.
Can you fix your audio?
I can hear mine. He sounds hard to me.
Yeah, he's a little broken up. Yeah, I'm not even. Well, I can't understand him. What the hell?
Yeah, he was kind of breaking up. Not too much, but he was kind of breaking up.
But King, I'm just saying, like, what is like Nick Fuentes doesn't official role, so whatever he's teaching, like there is no disrespect.
No, but he has influence.
He don't realize. He does. It's like
he was attacking a person that had a PTR on Nick Fuentes.
No. The person who had the PTR was an example, Michael. Now imagine, Michael. The person who has the PTR of Nick Fuentes came in here as a Catholic and calls me a nigger, right, Michael? That's what he did.
Yeah, it sounds about.
Exactly. So now you're a representative of that church acting in that way. You think the Catholic Church wants that?
No, not at all.
Thank you. That's my point. And so this is what I mean by it. The Catholic Church is very cognizant that there are young men who are essentially preaching a church that doesn't exist. Yeah, they're very aware of this, that there are essentially people out there trying to portray this Vatican I Crusader nonsense that is contrary to their current mission that's more inclusive. And again, I'm not saying that that's what I want. Don't.
Yeah.
I actually think Vatican I makes more sense now than what they have with Vatican II, but they made their decisions. That's the drawback of that type of church stuff.
I definitely think that exists.
I feel like my question is, though, a lot of times when racism emerges, people act like this came out of nowhere. There was no such thing as racist Europeans. Where did these racist Europeans come from? I mean, there's no history of race. Like, you know what I mean? It's like
racism.
The Roman Catholic. Here's the one thing that I want to point out to you. Like, the Roman Catholic Church has blessed slave ships, right? Historically, the Roman Catholic Church has been racist. So I think, like, if you're a Roman Catholic who's just being honest, like, bro, what's the old school Roman Catholic Church about? Racism. I understand that's the point of Vatican II, just like that's the point of the civil rights movement, but the response is the Trump movement, right?
Right.
Where we're just like, let's be honest. Let's be honest.
That's a challenge.
We don't know
free will.
So here's what I'm saying to you, like. Is it possible that in the same way that Americans have had a backlash, we've only really had civil rights for like one generation. My parents' generation was born without civil rights. Same shit with the Roman Catholic Church. What's up with all this acceptance? Roman Catholics, we know who we are. We're Roman Catholics. We're racists. We're fucking pieces of shit. We're colonizers. You know what I mean? Like, why can't the Roman Catholics? Here's what I'm saying. In the same way that like Americans have had like this resurgence of racism and bigotry, why can't the Roman Catholic Church do the same thing? I'll tell you why.
No, but
because
King, that is
their catechism.
That's bringing up.
No, but Michael, this is important. From their catechism, the claim is the one true unchanging church who's done things this way. So you're essentially conceding that's always been the narrative. But what you're saying is, well, no, that's not the case.
We're
okay. Look, I have them with Vatican II. I get why Vatican II had to happen, because Protestantism was literally blowing up everywhere, especially Pentecostalism. So I get why the Catholic Church felt like they had to change things, especially with the Latin Mass. Now, I don't like what they've done with it, because if you look into the issue of Latin Mass and how they're treating a lot of these older traditions, it's actually not good. Within the, I'm talking about Catholic Church. If you look at their,
Wait.
It's not done by the church.
Michael, I want to teach him. Give me a second. Don't finish this rant. I'll teach him afterwards.
Okay. Finish up. So when you look at how they're treating Latin Mass, for instance, Francis was very tyrannical against Latin Mass holders. Literally not allowing it to happen in a lot of places here in America, where that's how they've done things for a very long time. So the problem, Alessandro, is that you have the church claiming to be the unchanging, this is the way we've always done things, and yet when we look under the hood, we're recent within the last 300 years that doesn't look like how things were always done. And so that's the problem, is that if you're going to claim apostolicity, right, whatever that word is, if you're going to claim to be the one true unchanging church, well, you got to actually live up to that.
Cool. So here's the funny fact, right? The funny fact is the first Mass was not celebrated in Latin. So the Catholic Church has been changed quite a bit, especially with regards to culture. And here's the funny thing, right? Solomon says this broad statement saying that, well, the Catholic Church says that we have this one unchanging thing. What's funny is that the Catholic theology has stayed pretty much consistent. That's the funny thing. Like Solomon was like, he absolutely hasn't read the Catechism of the Catholic Church. He doesn't know what he's talking about. The Catechism has changed pretty much, has not changed at all. It's pretty much the same theology. You can look it up. The only thing that has changed is the methodology of like delivering it and making it closer to culture. That has changed quite often. Like, here's the funny thing, right? People who like come in and say, "Oh, Latin like Mass is like what's supposed to be happening," and King Solomon said something that's like very false. And I'm not sure if he doesn't know this or if he just like straight up lying. I don't know. I'll give him a benefit. He doesn't know this stuff. But the Latin Mass was not popular. After like there is a group of churches which are stopped. So let me tell you. There's a group of you can thumbs down all you want, King, but let me educate your ignorance here, bro. Like here's the thing. You keep spouting all this shit that's actually not true, and here's where I'm going to whoop your butt. The Latin movement started again where like some priests were like, hey, could we say Latin Mass? And that's very much in tune with what the bishop of the parish can do. And here's the funny thing. If the bishop says no, according to Catholicism, you can't be doing that shit. And here's the funny thing. Some of the people who wanted, like some of the priests wanted to do it, they rebelled against the bishop, and the Pope had to intervene and say, hey, listen to your bishops. So that is very much in line, and there was no freaking oppression. It's just that people who are prideful and wanted to do their own thing, apart from like being proper people who like followed what the priest was saying, they didn't do that, and they got whooped in the Catholic way. And here's the funny thing, right? Like Solomon will say all these things, but guess what, man? He only needs to say like, hey, this is what I would stand for. He doesn't care about what the Catholic Church does. He doesn't. He doesn't give a shit. Like, here's the funny thing. The guy he supports thought that he posted that he was Jesus. He was calling himself Christ. He posted the image of that, and he's going to booty clap for him. So here's the funny thing. Keep these things in mind, people. There's going to be a lot of people who would say, oh, I am Christ. And people who would like say, oh, this doctrine is false, this doctrine is false. Man, I've seen Solomon rant about the Muslims, man. Like, Jesus would not be on his side, bro. This is not be on the side. Just like talking about this shit about like, hey, well, the Catholic Church did this and that, the other. Like, he doesn't know shit about the Catechism of the Catholic Church. He just like hears spout like shit that doesn't even like make sense. So here's the thing. He needs a Catholic person to like whoop his
Move out the way, guys. Be succinct. Move out the way. Bro, you know. No, he's not. We're not going to argue. Please move out the way. How long was the Latin Mass the only way the Catholic Church did it? Guys, please move out the way. Because we're just going to go straight to, we're just going to get to the mass. How long was the Latin Mass the only way the Catholic Church did it? The Latin Mass, specifically the Tridentine Mass, was the standard of the Roman Rite for roughly 1,500 years.
Yes.
1,500 years, my friend. So what did you say again?
The Catechism of the Catholic Church hasn't changed.
1,500 years was the way the Latin Mass was done for the Catholic Church, and everyone had to do it. That was changed. As a matter of fact, Pope Francis, because you lied on me, bro. 1,500 years. 1,500 years is a long time.
No.
That's a very long time. And then your popes got rid of it. Your popes got rid of the very Mass that we're talking about now. I didn't interrupt you. I let you say what you said. Let me finish. I didn't say it. You said it. You tried to say that I was lying. Now I'm showing that I wasn't. 1,500 years, your church did Latin Mass, and everyone had to do it. Essentially the same type of Mass. So I don't know why you got on stage doing this. Vatican II. Hold on. I'm the one teaching that. Vatican II changed that. Vatican II, as a matter of fact, not only did it change it, like I mentioned earlier, Pope Francis, and anybody can go look at this. They're even former
on stage. Wait, Michael. King is a liar on stage. Church doesn't persecute. Like, this is the funny thing. Like, the church
persecution is crazy.
They don't persecute. Yeah, King, you're a liar.
They kicked them out of their church.
Yeah,
they kicked several mass people out of their church.
This is
that didn't happen.
Yes, because they were doing.
Also, you agree?
You gotta like this is the Protestant ignorance, right? This is the problem.
Oh my God, Alessandro, they kicked the lame mass guys out of their own church.
Here's the funny thing. So for everyone who doesn't know this, right? If a Catholic like priest like disobeys like a direct order, there's repercussions that's going to like follow through. And here's the funny thing: if there's a fold in the community that's like acting a certain way, which is going against what the Vatican says, then the church has absolute authority to say, hey, like this is not what we want to do. Of course, here's the funny thing, King. You have zero idea of what Catholicism is about.
Yes, I have zero idea. Shut up and know I just fooled you again. Okay, all right. I want to say something. You guys
speak like wrong things that has no idea of like what's going on at all. That's the only thing wrong. I was right. No, you were not. You were wrong.
Mass was the way you guys did it for 1500 years. I was crazy.
But there's a structure
you guys are having different arguments, right? You're having different arguments. King is going through the point of like the historical context of it, and I actually agree with Chaos. The reason why the Pope even got involved and Vatican even got involved in the first place was because their teaching was differing from what the Church's current stance on a lot of issues were. That's the actual reason why the Vatican even intervened. They were using Latin Mass to basically preach a more conservative view, but that's not their role. This comes from the Vatican. And also the second thing I was going to say, just to back up real quick. So I will give the Catholics credit for this. They have been, more advanced than most churches since the 1960s on the whole LGBT thing. And I also think the Catholic Church historically has done this, where they have kind of shifted to accommodate society. Can you please just let me land, bro? Okay, to accommodate societal changes, and this is why the church survives. They have survived for hundreds of generations because they are able to mold themselves. Honestly, 80% of Catholics are pro-LGBT. Or whatever, So if that is what their population is okay with, what the church teachings aligns with that, and then wasn't there something in the catechism about non-discrimination? I don't know, I'm not Catholic, but something along those lines is what they used in the 1960s to get ahead of America on the topic and on overall acceptance. So we got to give the Catholics a shout out.
Thank you for proving my point. What the fuck?
But King, this like.
What's
up? I don't know if he doesn't understand. If you think over the course of the first 1500 years, that nothing changed about the structure of and the things that go on every single Sunday or whatever in a mass, then that's not accurate either. This is not like it's not like Islam where like you have to read the same Arabic and it never. It has to be word for word. The whole point of Vatican II or Vatican I, Vatican II, whatever, was in order to incrementally change like structures, but not the fundamental things of the church. Wait. Just let me finish. So, for example, King, there is. Like literally word for word, every word of a mass, besides like the each week or whatever, and then obviously the homily. But other than that, every single word of a mass is scripted.
Yes.
And it's done in English, it's done in Spanish, and it's in Trinity or whatever. Like in every single language. The thing about the Latin Mass. In Vatican II, it wasn't just that it opened up to new legs, but also, maybe there were a word or two here or there that changed. But there's nothing wrong with that. Like you see that as a bad thing in Catholicism, but that's like the structure and the sort of the general meaning of the Mass has not changed for 2,000 years.
8 years ago, there was this smaller change where like literal like 10 words in the mass changed, and now everyone had to learn those 10 words, but it doesn't change the whole point of the mass at all.
Why were they changed, Michael?
I don't even know. It's just annoying.
It's important. Okay, they were changed because the first time in Vatican II was done, they rushed the translations from Latin English. So that's why
they had better translations.
Yes, we have to understand the words in the meaning of the spirit in which it was used. That's where it's changed. So, for instance, in my language, Tamil, the words didn't change as much because there was much closer words from Latin to Tamil to like capture the meaning of the spirit. Here's the funny thing: King doesn't know shit about the Catholic Church's theology or the Eucharist. He just comes here and talks shit about what he thinks about it. And he has no idea about it. Yeah, no, that's exactly who you are, King. You fucking liar.
You just
basically lied.
Oh shit! I came into chaos crashing out.
I'm not because of anything.
Keep talking about the church. Blue-haired liberal fucking retard.
Bro, you guys are retard, bro.
Your blue-haired fucking retard liberal pope is getting called out, and you're mad about it.
But that's okay though, because
that's okay.
If Nick was
Why are you mad at me? Be mad at your pope for sounding like a stupid-ass Democrat.
If Nick
went to America, we have no more influence there, bro.
Yo, fuck you.
Fuck your pope. Fuck your fucking pope.
If Nick
Your pope is the antichrist.
follow the rules, he can
Protestant over here. We're fucking Protestants. And all you Catholics are getting kicked the fuck out.
I have a very quick intermission. Go back to the question. It's a very quick
Fucking Protestant. All you fucking retard Catholics love to come to our country. Go to your fucking shit old country.
I have a quick intermission. It'll be quick.
Y'all love to come to our country. Don't live in your fucking Catholic shithole.
It'll be quick. So, just an update. So, for those who know, my son finished last year, undefeated soccer, 12-0. This year, first game, they won 8-0. Second game was 2-0. Today was the third game. They won 3-0. They won 7-0. It looks like it's going to be another undefeated season. By the looks of it, just
another sweep.
I think 8-0 is a crazy way to say it.
Yeah, the funny part, your guy called himself Christ, so yeah, you support that guy. You're that supporter, so go with that. Yeah, you are, dude. You are.
Yeah. Incan, move out the way, Incan.
How do you think the King's gonna act when God's like, yo,
move out the way, holy fucking shit.
And then King's not the one who just saying,
I don't know which Indian am I talking to. What Indian am I talking to? Which Indian am I talking to? Which Indian am I fucking talking to? Which one?
Nigerian's camera.
Oh, which one? Which Indian am I talking to? You know about the which fucking Indian am I talking to? Which one?
Someone tell that, hey, how are you, to move out of the way. Hey, how are you?
Okay. Don't worry, I'm about to cook him afterwards.
So it's very simple. Look, chaos. It's very move out the way, Incan. It's very simple, chaos. And Incan, you see how Bitcoin fucking. That's why I warned you, nigga. I fucking warned you. Stop shorting Bitcoin. Chaos. Look, the reality is, bro, and we talked about this. Donald Trump clearly didn't make that picture. It was actually made back February 4th. And he clearly isn't a conventional Christian like we are. So I'm not going to hold him, although it did make me uncomfortable. I already said this, it did. It was inappropriate. It was highly inappropriate. But clearly the man didn't understand, right, what that is.
Yes,
that is why he got on camera. We all have it. We all seen it. He got on camera and said it's not a depiction of Christ. So he's already said out of his mouth that it's not a depiction of Christ. It has something to do with the Red Cross. Until he doesn't know shit about it. All of that shit for after I'm done talking. I appreciate it. So my thing is, chaos. You can try to hold them to the standard of you and I, because we're confessional Christians, right? We actually believe in everything that has to do with Christendom, right? So if I posted a picture or you posted a picture of our face as that, then everyone in here could condemn us. Everyone should condemn us. But someone like Donald Trump, who doesn't know, he's a cultural Christian. There are atheists who are cultural Christian. I'm considered the knowledge a cultural Christian, even though he's an atheist. Same thing with mine. I'm not going to hold those kind of people to our standard. I don't think that that's fair. It was wrong. He should remove it. But I'm not gonna like kill him over it or like act like he's some theologian that we've hired and he's going against something like that. So that's the way I see it.
What standard? Knowledge doesn't even go to church. What are we talking about?
I know. No, I know that.
Wait, I was in church last summer. I was in church 2
He does go to church too.
How do y'all know?
He does go to church.
Look, right?
Twice a year.
So you can either acknowledge it's like an Easter and a Christmas Catholic, or a Christian, I would say.
That's better than nothing. God bless.
Yeah. So, okay, smart or there's no like in between. Like, here's a funny thing, right? Like I posted stuff, man. Like, it kind of saddens me that the Protestants are like so numb to it that they want to like either like excuse that behavior and say, oh, it's probably something that he didn't understand. That's again. Here's the funny thing. I've been like pushing my Catholics a lot. I've been saying that my friends are here like, dude, America's a Protestant country, but we don't want to be Protestants. We have to be our own kind. And here's the funny thing, right? The funny thing is when Pope Leo was talking about like, hey, let's pray for peace. That's what popes do. They pray for peace. And if your guy has offense to it, maybe he's doing something wrong. Maybe he's bothering him. Yeah, he did. The Saturday, everybody, he had like a rosary for that. And we all, like, my entire family was like praying for peace. So it was like, yeah, that's the funny thing is that like if that bothers a leader of a nation, maybe he has to do some examination of his conscience, bro. Maybe he's not that good as what people think.
Yeah, 4 letters, 1 word. Pray.
Yeah, okay. So one can imagine this scenario right here, right? King is in front of God, and God's like, King, why did you choose Trump? That was horrible, King. King's gonna be like, what? I thought that you. What? He's like, and God's like, there were signs. He's like, what signs? He's like, I don't know. When he got sworn in, he didn't put his hand in the Bible. Be like, right? King makes an excuse. Be like, he put a bunch of Christians fundamentalists in government, right, with a specific eschatology, hijacking, like what King would probably call like the worst face of like Protestantism, right? King makes, and then he's like, he sold Bibles and then he put signature on for more money. So if you wanted his signature, you could pay more money for a book that I gave you. King's like, he's like a cultural Christian. How many arguments do you think have to be made, right? Until King gets like the metaphors of like Jesus, the fucking table, right? Like the idea of using, like how those will we have to make to be like, hey, look, seems like
fucking
it seems like Trump looks like, yo, can we not to the meta, Nathan? Nathan, you gotta chill out, Nathan. I'm gonna troll the crap out of you. Hate the game. Hate the game. Yeah. So what? Christianity's a game. There you go. See, boom. Okay. Listen. Yeah. Excuse me. Reclaiming my time. Yeah.
Never mind the consumers.
Reclaiming my time. Reclaiming my time. Listen, that dude looks nothing like a fucking doctor. A doctor doesn't come with you with the robes of fucking Jesus, okay? I've never seen a doctor be like, yo, is that Jesus or is that my doctor? Okay? That is a clear fucking depiction of Jesus. And if he can't identify that and he doesn't know that in a Christian nation, then there's some issue. I remember we all tripped the fuck out about the Olympics. Remember? When the Olympics were depicting something about like a Greek festival, like, no, that's Latif. That's definitely a Latif. That's not there what they're doing. All the people, they're taking this. Definitely to Congress. Definitely that's accurate. Right? Yeah, you remember when you did that shit? Yeah, but it was a Greek thing, yeah. But now, oh no, that looks totally like a doctor. Is he demented? Is he retarded? Or does he think he can get with anything, including like sacrilegious? Should he read the book of Job? I don't know, you tell me. But look, for you to look back and retroactively and say that we're not signs, I don't know. There's clear signs thinking.
All right, I just want to say the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is at the gates. So we Christians have to unite We could still debate. We could still argue with zeal. But we must meet the enemy at the gates. I love you.
I hear you, Oleg, but the Pope wants to kneel. Muslims, did you not see that tweet? He wants to make communion with the fucking Muslims.
Hey, yo,
How the fuck are we ever gonna defeat the enemy if part of us is trying to make communion with the fucking Antichrist?
The only thing that you're finding out is all of your different denominations, they're all...
Shut the fuck up, Lion.
And now you don't...
That's true, Lion. They are all blasphemous. It's only
now you don't know how to deal with that. Here's the one thing that Donald Trump did correctly. He exposed sons of perdition. That's all of this. That's all he did. This is the days of exposure where all of your hypocrisy, all of that dirty back dealing, all of the little boys, all of the child eating shit, the blood drinking, blood letting shit, all of this stuff is now exposed, and your leaders are all in on it. And now you don't know what to do with it because guess what? You've been following these people thinking that these nobles were going to lead you to some sort of paradise. And the truth of the matter is that they're leading you to hell. And you don't know how to deal with this shit.
Oh, but he exposed them. Oh, okay.
Look, at the end of the day, I agree with Oleg, and I made it very, very clear. As much shit as I talk about Catholics mostly, and even Protestants, because I don't like mainline Protestants either. And I don't know, I don't have enough interaction with ortho bros to really care too much. At the end of the day, I am a Christ follower. I will support and defend every Christ follower on earth. Period. I don't care. If you say the name of Christ, you are my brother and sister in Christ, and I will defend you and your right to live on this earth. There's too much persecution going on, and I'm fucking tired of it. Done with it. I'm done with a world that thinks it can persecute Christians through those who believe in the name of Christ and think that's okay. I don't play with that shit. I know a lot of y'all don't care. I do care. Can care a lot. It pains me to see people dying the world, specifically my people and others, just because we believe in this shit. We take this shit for granted in America, but that's what's happening around the world, and mostly in the Muslim world. So yes, Oleg, I get where you're coming from. I'm with that. I obviously we have our back and forth, but understand where my heart is. I can criticize, I can talk shit, but at the end of the day, I will defend every Catholic on the face of the earth who believes in Christ. I will defend them to the day I die. That's how I feel.
Just Catholics?
I said Catholics because people think because I criticize Catholics that means I don't like it. That's not true. I have a problem with the institution. I have zero issues with actual Catholics.
So you're gonna accept the Protestants that say that Jesus is God?
Love you, this one.
He said everyone. He said everyone. Every Christ follower.
I said every single one.
But don't say everybody professes the name of Christ, but there's so many different people who profess the name of Christ currently.
No, there's not.
Yeah, there's 35 denominations.
Yeah, well, what does I don't care about denominations.
He just professes love for chaos.
I accept it now.
It's agape.
I'm just I want to get an understanding of your theology. That's all.
Okay. I'm a conventional Protestant.
Okay, great. But the root of it is this: that are you under the impression that Christians should not be persecuted?
Yes, I am. Yes, Christians should not automatically be persecuted for their beliefs. Not that it's not going to happen. Obviously, even God bless those. This type of nigga. This is the type of nigga that doesn't deserve to be persecuting people like me. This low IQ Muhammadan is not somebody that any white people theology that feels that, I mean, in your
I'm a troll, you Nathan.
You said what?
Is there your theology that states that you have to be tried by fire?
I don't know what you mean. Born again? Is that what you mean?
No, tried through
You're talking about loyalty. Yes, makes you think, yes, we all know that persecution is going to happen.
No, he wants to know if it's a requirement.
No, it's not. It is not a requirement, but it's going to happen. We're going to go through trials and tribulation.
I'm asking you a question about your theology. I didn't ask you about your fucking feelings, bitch nigga. You better turn that Chicago shit down before I go find your whole ass.
You're not finna do a goddamn thing, nigga. You're not gonna do a. I will beat your ass for Christ. That's a fact. That is a fucking fact, nigga.
You say that you're sick of these things, right? Are you one of those people? Is your theology that you are once saved, always saved?
No, I even said that this morning. I don't believe in once saved, always saved.
No. When you were hearing that this morning, bitch nigga.
All right, fair enough. I don't believe in once saved, always saved. I think that is not biblical. That is not the core Protestant position.
Clarification. Do you believe
once saved, always saved is not biblical?
Do you believe that that once you die, you're going to be with Christ?
No, there's going to be a period of judgment.
But ultimately, in the end, you're gonna be with Christ, right?
Those who have true faith, yes, the true faith are going to be with Christ. That's correct.
Do you feel that you have true faith?
Absolutely.
So go ahead and die, nigga.
30,000 denominations don't have the true faith. So even if you defend them,
you're lying. You see how Bitcoin is fucking skyrocketing, nigga?
I don't understand what they doing you a favor.
No, oh my God, lying. Man, why did you do this, bro?
Explain it to me.
Lying. Just because. Lying. What does the Bible tell you about evil? And those who are good and what we should do? Does the Bible tell us about what we should do in the face of evil, sir? Should we just allow it to happen? Should we just allow evil to spread? Is that what we're meant to do? Why?
But actually, kind of.
No, we're not.
Your theology states that you turn the other cheek.
No, that is not my theology. That is not my theology. That is not my theology. The context of turning the other cheek was in the framing of a priest or teacher who was dealing with unruly or those who
don't teach me. He spreads them. He's cutting. He doesn't have the cheek.
They also says there's no greater love than a man who lays down his life for his friends.
Yes,
so
I believe that.
Lay your life down.
I'm sorry.
For you?
I'm turning the cheek.
Hey, all of you super Christians in here, go ahead and lay your life down. Right now.
For you?
We're all friends, right?
That's not a part of the rule set, though.
Let me say this.
You're not allowed to unalive yourself.
No.
Listen to you. I die a little bit.
Who's persecuting the Christians? And lay your life down for us.
So, listen to you every day. I die a little bit, so I am dying for you in a way.
That's so bad. That's so bad. That's so
I need you to physically get out of your first world nation comfort.
No, I am actually physically dying. My brain cells are dying while listening to you. So yes.
You know what's listening to you, lying. No one wants to listen.
I know, because you're hypocrites. You talk all that tough rah-rah WWF shit. Rah-rah. Yeah. I'm not for a Christian. I got no pain to love the Christians, but none of that shit is.
You see you don't have emotion in you, bro?
You just like a no homo.
What's up, David? I love when they just check line. That should be the fucking.
There's a hypocritical statement.
I'll take it 50 fingers on the teeth.
And therefore, none of that shit is real. You do all of that rah-rah shit, you're all lying.
You're just projecting. You're just projecting.
Yeah. All of you Christians, all of you turned up cheek niggas, I'm in the A. I'm gonna backhand the fuck out of you.
No, who does Mario sound like? If we were to do what he's doing right now, who does he sound like in the scripture? Does he sound like when Christ was being tempted by Satan? Like how Satan was saying, look, I'll give you oil. I'll give you this.
Satan tempted Jesus in every way possible.
Yep.
So you gotta think about it. He even shakes some ass for Jesus too. Might be shaking his ass too. That's it.
You don't even know how Satan makes Jesus, dumb nigga.
every temptation takes every form. Every type of form.
Cars. Yo, lying Bitcoin is 74,000, bro.
Yes.
You said what? I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
He said XRP.
Wait, I didn't hear. Wait, what? Say it again.
I said you good, nigga. You hear me? Somebody in here that got Bitcoin. We don't this thing. Hey, listen. But if you truly want to love your God, I need you to give to the poor, which is me. And go to the poor, nigga.
Well, if you kidding me, you said you need a loan or something like that.
No, hell no.
If you was poor, you didn't really
need a loan. I look. One, I already told you. I'm getting business.
My last name.
If you needed a loan, I would do business with you. I already made that clear.
I'm looking on the line for like a
I don't. So I do give. You know, I give as much as I can.
Christians give. They don't rent.
Welfare.
I don't do loan. What's good, buddy? What's good?
Can you adopt Lion as your son and then call him daddy? So you can give him money for free?
I like that idea. Adopt Lion as my son and then what?
Yeah, so then he calls you daddy, like, daddy, I want some money.
That's so good. Okay. Lion, this is a good idea. Lion, if you let me adopt you, I'll give you all the charity you need.
I would expect the Catholic to say some daddy.
No, don't do that, Lion. Don't do that, Lion. Don't fucking do that, Lion. Don't fucking do that, Lion. Don't try to do that, Lion. It was a good idea.
Of all things he could have said,
it was a good idea, Lion. Don't fucking try to do that, bro.
He wanted to go to the hospital.
Lion, here's the thing. Here's the thing. You don't understand the Catholicism. If I was really Catholic, I would say father, but I didn't say that, so I wasn't really as Catholic as you want to be. But you're fighting for the man on that.
That is actually true. That's actually true.
Yeah.
If you were really Catholic, what you broke up?
I would have said, I would have called you, I would have told you to call Solomon's father. That's what Catholics do.
Correct.
You don't know that as much, so you got that wrong, by the way.
Where did your bishop touch you?
Yeah, he touches me in my soul, unlike you, who don't have a soul. So yeah, unlike you, who don't have a soul.
He never got he never got FaceTime with it.
Yeah, the funny thing is, like,
they also got adjusted.
But he comes with Nathan on it, but Nathan doesn't want to put it up.
He touches me to my soul. That's it.
Lion, you always try. Lion, oh Lion.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I'm playing into the types that told you motherfuckers already had.
We're having fun. I get having fun. So I wanted to say this, right? The unfortunate thing is that, like, I know. Yeah, the unfortunate thing, the Catholic Church has to deal with those criticisms because it did commit a sin. It didn't address it, but it has to carry that burden for rest of its history. That's the thing, though. Like, I think I would much rather, like, be criticized for, like, the faults that the church did and take it as this because that's actually all true. I'm not gonna, like, deny those things. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but the best thing that I could do as a Catholic is that going forward, just like that when it happens, we hold the people accountable. We put them in prison. We, like, do the right
That's the thing.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Lion. Here's the thing. I'm not saying that people didn't do that, but there's a lot of things in the church where, like, something would happen anymore like that. I don't think it's going to be as easy going for the people now.
The thing is about, like, a good criminal is good luck. It's just the criminal gets smarter. It's still
but unfortunately, that, like, again, there's a lot of things, like, I don't know if you know, like, a lot of people who, probably not because they're Catholic. So anytime
everything. It wasn't for me, Nathan, still be on something.
You clearly don't know what I'm going to talk about, but it's okay. You know it. Okay, it's okay.
Let's talk about some light-skinned brown.
Lion, just listen. Learn, bro. Just listen.
Then shut up.
Nigga, learn you, bro.
Then shut up.
Hey, learn that nigga.
say. I put the ball in your hand. That's what you got to do to this nigga. I put the Bible in your hand, little nigga. That's what put the Bible in.
Gay ass choir director trying to talk to niggas. Why don't you just go there and sit down and play a little tambourine like you used to?
You know this nigga came to my.
The fuck up, nigga. Hey, Hindu Catholic, go ahead, continue what you were saying.
Nigga, that nigga big dog, you gotta do this.
Shut your ass up.
After all allegations came by, right? Like,
not my Jesus.
Any time there's going to be like interactions with like young people, there's always going to be two adults present. There's never going to be like, again, this is all topics. Going forward, there's never been like one priest with like one young person. There's never like it's never going to happen because the fact that everything has become as transparent as possible. Again, let me add the caveat. Just because I say this doesn't mean that things haven't happened yet or like will not happen. If they do happen, right, like the person who is able to like report this, they get prosecuted to the best of their abilities, bro. Like in my church, like there are people like who are like even if we don't care if the priest is like our favorite person who like does this or that. The goal is to like protect innocent. That's the point. That's how the church is operating at the moment. We know that there are gaps that wasn't addressed. And I would basically do the same thing. I would like if someone like tells me like, hey, something happened, I would report it to the cops and make sure that justice is done. That's all I can assure you, dude. I can't assure you for like them being good or like anything else. I would tell you the best thing that's possible.
I would never make the argument that you can control millions of people. I would never say that. It's impossible.
So things like the gaps like they have.
Psych, we're getting a lot of feedback, brother.
A crime was committed, and the authorities would not only with the authorities once notified of what happened, the authorities would just simply take the guy and they will move him sometimes from one region of the country to another, or even across the world, just so he can continue the shit that he was doing in another country.
No, but Chaos is talking about the civil authorities, not the church.
They would also take these disgusting people and send them to countries that are more lenient toward child pedophilia. And you gotta think about that. Why these motherfuckers there? They got these long, disgusting ass histories. And the reason
I don't know about the authenticity of that line, but I can tell you this. Yes, the Spotlight movie that came out, the Boston Globe investigation, they did like a really good job. I looked at the article they wrote. I also like read the things that they went through. Like that was true. Like I think that was done on the diocese part of things where they hit things, and I think it went up all up to the Vatican. John Paul II was there. Like I think he knew about it. He didn't take the actions he took wasn't strong. Pope Francis was aware of it. Benedict XVI was aware of it. I think. But here's the thing, right? I'll give credit to like Francis where credit is due. Francis did like enforce a lot of these things, saying like, hey, like if this happens, we have to be transparent with the authorities that are involved, so that like the local jurisdictions can like deal with it. The Vatican, to the part that I know, they didn't like say, hey, like special pleading was not done. And here's also the interesting thing, right? Like I give to the Catholic Church, and I'm very transparent with the bishop and the diocese. I always tell them, listen, here's the thing, I'm giving for you to serve people, not to like cover your lawyer's fees. I don't want that shit. Like if something's going on, let the community know. Be open about it. Let us know like, hey, this happened, and then like we can like. Here's the thing: the priority should be to the victim. Unfortunately, the victim will never be made whole, but also the perpetrator should never be able to do this again. And again, I'm not the person who's like, oh, let's kill that guy. I know. I think local jurisdictions is what I would like leave it to. But as a Catholic person, like I tell you, in my parish, I hope shit doesn't happen. We have systems in place that make it very hard for that to happen. But if it were to happen, I'm going to be someone who wants to keep people accountable so that the victim gets what they need, given the gruesome crime that was committed against them.
Did you also know about the hundreds of dead infants found under the Catholic Church in Ireland?
What? Dude, wasn't that Canada? Canada as well. Yeah, I think it was Canada. I thought
it's in Ireland. Ireland.
Oh, that's certainly possible.
That's another one.
I can tell
of those so-called nuns.
Oh, dang.
Yeah,
Those women
kind
were
of
killing.
abortion.
They were doing their own abortions.
Oh, dang, that's horrible, man.
Just type it in.
Yeah, that's horrible. And here's the thing, right? Like, dude,
but
the Catholic Church is doing a lot of fuck shit stuff.
You don't know nothing. Because I don't know nothing. Because we both dumb niggas. And I ain't shitting you.
Wait, every time he talk, bro, he talking with his hands up, bro. Because he always have to fight.
I'm holding the steering wheel. I don't talk with my hands, nigga.
Yeah, bro.
Nigga, why don't you get your hand off your hip and you talk to me, bitch?
Like the nigga ain't trying to fight you, trying to fight people. That's talk.
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to you. Bitch ass nigga.
No, I'm not a nigga. Listen, bro. Talking to how you talk to chaos, bro. Nigga trying to go with you, but you trying to fight, nigga.
I already made.
He's always trying to fight.
Yeah, bro, put your fucking ass down, bro.
To defend yourself. I wasn't talking to him then. I was talking to dumb ass.
You randomly brought Nathan up.
Trying to lose it crazy, bro.
He just made a statement a minute ago. I'm just responding to his return. Bring him up. He just got here.
9 minutes.
Man. Yeah, I thought you got a goal line.
Michael,
Nobody gonna help Ryan. Nobody's gonna help Ryan.
Yeah, Michael.
I want to see that nigga excel, bro.
Can't help
Oh, you know, nigga, I'm light skinned. You want to
And Lion, lady ain't got to sit in your podcast tonight, bro. We finna take you. You remember how they say 2 or 3 Catholics need to be inside? Yes. You remember they say 2 Catholics need to be inside there before they preach the boy? All of us could be there, bro. We all could preach it. Not first. I get the first taste, little nigga.
You always got these gay innuendos. Like, what's going on between you and Knowledge?
No, bro. You remember what you said? Don't talk, bro. You remember what you said?
Oh, nigga.
Hey, what you said to Timothy?
What else did Timothy?
When you say, if this nigga was, you was in the stuff with him.
Oh, he said some slick shit like, oh, you would like that? I said, yes, I would.
No. You didn't say that line. You said
you still holding on to that, too. That's just interesting.
No, I'm just saying. That's the type of time, bro.
What kind of shit you been looking at lately? What's on your timeline?
Bro, I watch a lot of what you call
you been talking about a whole lot of like
a lot of scared straight, bro.
I'm about to do something.
You ever say scared straight?
It makes me think of Nathan, Boondocks. The one you know what I'm talking about. Now we can do this the easy way or the hard way.
The booty pirate.
That shit was funny, bro.
It really was, man. It really fucking was. It's sad, because they should have made like 4 or 5 more seasons, bro, of that show. But
it's always some white hater to step in the fucking house.
I know, that is kind of what happened. That and oh boy, who's the Tyler Perry? Tyler Perry too.
Yeah, Tyler Perry he got bad.
Tyler Perry too. So.
That shit was true. Real as hell.
Then Aaron McGruder just disappeared. He nothing.
Who was supposed to come on with
Aaron McGruder is there.
Yeah. Nah, he's still around. He just like his wind. The wind just got taken out of the sails. He was just getting. He was like that. Who's that light skinned blonde dude that goes around and mimics shit that celebrities do today, and the social thing. He's in trouble right now for making fun of
Brewski.
Yeah, him. So right. So he's in trouble.
He's blowing up.
He's being sued by what's his name's wife.
She's not gonna win because he never said her name in that fucking skit. It's like any a assumption that is made that that's her in that skit is strictly due to how, he portrayed her. He never uses that lady's name.
And he never said anything about her children or her himself. And so she's pretty much going to lose. And we know that unless there's like the court of public appeal. But the overall point of it is that show was pretty much like that. It was like pointing out funny, hypocritical things that we as a society accept, and they just made it funny.
Brian always want to educate on anything.
That was one of my favorite anime shows ever. I got all the seasons.
What's your favorite episode?
Favorite episode was R. Kelly.
Yeah, R. Kelly was good.
I wanted to say something important. I'm glad that we have a minute. Can you hear me or am I in the Matrix?
Why? Who's your favorite character? Besides Uncle Rocket.
Uncle Rocket.
Oh, maybe Michael's deaf. Maybe Michael's deaf or Riri. Go ahead, Lion.
Uncle Ruckus is by far the funniest character, but I think I want to say that actually my favorite character on there would have been Stink Meter.
Lion does come off as a stink meter for real, boy.
I'll be doing y'all a favor right here.
Yes.
Some may say that I was quite the humanitarian by taking your lives, your pitiful, sad lives.
Stink meter. What's a stink meter?
You don't remember stink meter?
Oh.
Stink meter was the blind guy.
Ain't too many of y'all work the squirrel part.
That always was talking shit. And him and Pops would end up getting into a fight. And Pops beat his ass after he realized he was blind. And it was so bad, they was like, oh, why you beat up on that blind guy? That's me lying.
Mike Epps, when he was in there, he was there. Oh, that was also good, funny ass when they had a really good story behind it. I like the moral behind that. But
the one with the flames?
Yeah, he stopped being it. He was in World War II. He was he was saying that he was one of the
first one. What you call it? Yeah, the ragtails. Yeah.
Yeah, and him and his buddy, who wasn't really a buddy at all, he was just kind of this nigga that disrespected him every chance he got, but they supposedly was friends. And he was interested in this girl that he said was going to be the one day. And he walked up, he had the flowers and everything. He walked up and found his homeboy, kissed her down in the alley. So, yeah, I can't wait to get that again. He dropped the damn roses, and then they fast forward to them being old people talking about, she could have been the one. And then after that, his cousin was like, really, T? What you missed out on? And then it was this inflammable. And it was the same nasty ass woman that was like, oh, I can't wait till I can just get you at home and I'll do some things to you. It was the funniest shit ever. And then he trained out loud, the little toothless, ugly ghetto bitch. Funniest shit ever. Because that right there was the truth. You dumped your friendship with this guy over and you knew damn well you was never ever gonna be with past a night anyway. So
I was trying to fuck them over. Tell the truth for the story, bro. His friend knew he liked her. He probably could have saved her, Lion.
At the same time, the friend was actually showing you something. What if you really did? What if you really did?
What if you could have saved her?
No, he couldn't have saved a hoe. You can't save a hoe.
Bro, what that woman told you when you was at the bus stop, Lion?
Once they taste the new blood.
Lion, what that woman told you at the bus stop, Lion? What that woman told you at the bus stop?
She said that stressed out pussy don't taste good. Stressed out. That has nothing to do with this.
Yes, they was stressed out.
No, passed around pussy don't taste good either. And that's all you was gonna get. A whole bunch of questionable babies and a bunch of times at the clinic. And possibly fighting some niggas every other night because he came home from work.
You know what it is, Lion? You know what it is, Lion?
responsibility as a man, bro.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm gonna tell you. Just listen. Just shut your mouth up and listen. Shut your mouth up and listen. Let me
Let's
see
hear your idiot logic. Go ahead.
There's some niggas out there, bro. Well, one nigga could fuck up a whole woman's life, bro. Just like that. Just like that. And what I mean by that is, some nigga will be like, you know what? I don't care what she doing. She doing all that freaky shit, bro. And this woman will fall for her, bro. Will fall for him, bro. And she'll get to the point where she gets so pissed off she like to stab a nigga, bro. And the nigga say, like, I didn't do anything. Yes, you did. You played that woman. But the point is, what I'm trying to say is this, bro.
Yeah, get to the point.
Yeah, the point. Yeah, the point.
You drunk, give me drinking.
That's the point what I'm trying. No, I admit it. But the point what I'm trying to get to is this, like, look, that dude was trying to save that girl. That took her out of a good life. She wouldn't have to be out there in the streets looking for that guy. No, his homeboy played him. His homeboy messed around with someone he liked. You ever seen that movie?
The homeboy saved him. You got a different mindset than I do. The homeboy actually saved him. He did him a favor. Had you gotten really serious with
you never had one of those cousins who had their hole in him until they messed with that one guy? Yes, that's a yes. That's a yes. That's a yes.
I can see that happening both ways.
Yeah, okay. I ain't
Lying
both ways, bro.
Lying was that cousin.
Nigga say that. Bro, he's so scared to nobody. Instead he say yes, he can say yes. I don't know.
I had to think about it.
Like, you ain't lived life enough yet, bro.
Nigga, we the same age, dumb nigga.
But I go outside, though. You don't go outside, nigga.
Nigga, you from Palm Beach in Miami.
Right, I go outside, though. You don't go outside, nigga.
I'm outside right now.
I'm driving, bro. You not outside. I'm talking about I talk to people.
I'm everywhere. I'm in your city, nigga.
I'm talking about I talk to people, bro.
Nigga, I'm talking to people. Where do you think you get this
world class? You talk to people on Clubhouse.
When was the last time you been to the zoo?
I'm at the zoo right now on Clubhouse.
No, you at the zoo in your fucking truck, nigga.
I'm at the zoo right now. You don't hear the apes in the back.
In your fucking truck. When's the last time you fed the pigeons with half a loaf of bread?
Exactly.
Right now.
The people.
Moving out for retirement.
Listen, saving that for
next time I go outside, bro. I go outside, I meet people, I talk to people, bro.
You go to the local gay clubs and shit like that, and you think you're talking to
You ever had a mom told you, like, oh my goodness, man, my daughter, she had a whole life in it, or she messed with this dude? Mine said, yeah, I heard it both ways. I heard it say, but the daddy too.
I've heard it goes both ways. A woman can.
Who cares about it going both ways? I didn't ask about the other side. Though. Why you give me extra information?
Completely. That's not a really good.
I didn't ask for the other side, Lion.
Well, I gave you the other side.
Why?
Because I didn't want to answer it the way you wanted me to.
Exactly. You know what you are, bro?
What am I? Other than your father.
You have ODD. Oppositional defiance disorder. Yes.
And you got ADD.
Oppositional defiance disorder. Anything, you just willing to defy some type of authority because that's how you get off. You get a dopamine release from that. That's why you put it in the form of a whole system. Didn't you go to six different high schools?
I did. So what?
Hey.
That wasn't me being defiant. That was me having to deal with little niggas like you. I used to beat niggas.
Your dad said stay your ass aside.
I used to stomp whole ass niggas out like you.
Your dad said stay aside, man.
What's up, guys?
He didn't stay aside.
Hey, what's up, Shot?
Hey, have we heard about the
Rashad, bro? You need to take that nigga as a private, bro. All this nigga.
The lie just said I used to stop. The lie just said I used to stop whole ass niggas like you. Yo, Lion earlier today said he went to like 6 different high schools because he got bullied out of every one of them.
He had to run. He had to run every high school. Yeah. Live was like, yo, I went to 6 different high schools. I got ran out of every high school. Look at him trying to act tough now.
I know.
He said every high school I went to, my mama felt bad for me. She told me she had to move me to one school to another, to another, to another, to another. I went to 6 different high schools earlier.
I got expelled out of 5 high schools.
Look at that. Look at that. You thought I was joking?
And it was for basically stopping us niggas like knowledge and they talking all that shit, talking to this. You get stomped out, dragged down the hallway, almost thrown out a fucking window, get some shit like that in the bathroom. Yeah, that's what I do to bitch ass niggas like you. Wanna call the police and shit, you supposed to be a thug or hard nigga and all that. I tell you something. I learned you something.
Yo, Lionel was out there trying to sing hard, freaking pulling hair and freaking scratching with his nails. Lying. You're not him.
No, nigga. One time I caught a nigga in the rib with a pencil. Real good.
Oh yeah, they made a whole movie about you. It was called John Wick.
No, nigga. That nigga. Oh, that album was before John Wick. I think that shit was inspired by me, bitch ass nigga.
That's what I just said. They made a whole movie about you called John Wick.
Okay. It wouldn't be nothing new. They made a movie about another relative of mine.
Yo, it got so bad. Look. They made a whole freaking show about it. It was called Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. About how he got bullied on the playground. He had to leave East St. Louis and move to freaking Georgia. This is a story all about how my life got turned upside down. Yep.
That's true.
Bro, he ran away from freaking St. Louis and was in Georgia. It was bad.
I get better material.
Wait, hold on. Did you grow up in East St. Louis?
Yeah.
Do you live in Georgia?
I do live in Georgia.
Where's the line? Where's the line? Where's the line?
The line would have been that I left at playground age. It never happened.
Sorry. That's where the line was. I'm sorry. He didn't leave at playground age. He left a couple years later. My fault. I was wrong about that. It wasn't playground age. He left a couple years later.
I had already graduated from high school already before I even thought about moving down here.
I already apologize. It wasn't playground age. It was a couple years later. My fault.
Couple years later, really.
But they did get you fired from 7-Eleven.
I moved to Georgia in 2005, then moved to Florida, Jacksonville.
I got the amount of years wrong. I apologize. The amount of years were wrong when you ran away. My apologies.
Until now that he said don't let Lion lie to you all, his parents literally had a stable household, and he's embarrassed by it. That's a fact.
My parents had a stable household. I'm not embarrassed about my parents having a stable household.
Lion's parents have a really good marriage.
That's stupid as shit. Yeah, they did. They still do.
And he was the cam broke.
Why you trying to be hard about this, man? Just accept it.
I didn't go to a private school. I just went to a bunch of public schools like everybody else.
Everybody else didn't go to 6 high school.
But everybody else didn't go to a school full of blondes.
So did you go to any school for more than 1 year? Are y'all really questioning where? No, that's curious.
I think my
freshman
year I stayed there
for the whole year.
Everything kind of like went crazy. Like the next following year, like the beginning of the next following year. They just really wasn't doing anything. It was crazy that year, man. It was somebody had already got killed, and then somebody got ran over. It was like people trying to it was like grown ass people coming up in the school and
it was puberty.
Now pushing teachers.
Mike, you just came in here. So look. I'm gonna tell you what just happened. So I told Lion, I said, bro, there's someone who has the same story that you had. There's someone who has the same story that you had. He was born in Philly. He got bullied on the playground. He had to run away. Some call him, Will Smith. Some call him Fresh Prince. You call him whatever you want. But Lion has the same story. He freaking got bullied out of freaking East St. Louis. He freaking ended up going all the way to Georgia. It's the same exact story. You know what Lion said in response? He's like, nah, it's the same story. He said, it happened to me when I was older. There's a difference. I wasn't that young when it happened to me. I was on the playground.
Wait, you were 25 and still in high school? Well, I'm not following.
The school I was at, that first year, it was like two teachers that had gotten like 4 different high school age girls pregnant, and they didn't it was bad. They didn't do anything about it. The girls they had the babies or whatever, and the teachers were still at the damn school for a minute before they decided to finally actually do something about that. That's how crazy this shit was. I remember a homeboy named Darrell. Somebody hit him off his bike and ran him completely over to the point where half his body was just street meat, just everywhere. And it was they said that he was moving heroin for somebody. What the fuck? I didn't even know. And then one of my homeboys.
The Tales from Lions, bro.
All the stories I heard when he was a little kid. Yeah, bro. All the stories.
You remember the guy that battled Pat Stay? What was his name though? The older black Ice. What was his name? Something Ice. Bad Ice, bro. He was like Pat Stay told him, bro, you're that old man on the porch who always got a story to tell. Talk about when I was your age. He was like when I was your age. You know what? I was actually born with a tail. Always got a crazy story to tell.
Anyway, Darrell he gets killed, and they played across the thing. It was a white boy there who also he shoots his dad in the. I think he shot him in the chest. And then he shot his sister or something like that. He missed her, and then he turned around and shot himself in the stomach. He died, but the other 2 lived. And so we had the whole little.
You're lying. I'm gonna tell you a true story, yo. I'll be honest. Growing up, my mom was the pimp, and my father was the hoe. And the only reason my father lived is because my grandmama. She was the pimp of my mom. She shot the drug dealer trying to sell the drugs to my father. She shot him. That's the only reason why she lived. And guess what? My grandfather, he was actually in charge of the whole cartel. So he told all the members in the cartel to let him go. He's like, yo, let it slide. And he actually paid for the people to freaking to get away with the body. And you know what it cost them? It cost them a couple cigars. Very specific cigars from freaking Cuba. And you know what happened? When the body went missing, that's it. Nothing ever happened out of it. Maybe it's why I got moved for 3 different schools. I got moved from Miami. I got moved from freaking Broward. I got moved from freaking West Palm. Bro, I got moved from every district because, things was happening. And I didn't know why it was happening, but I had to take the train. And the train that I took, it was $2.50 each way every single day. And guess what? I had to pay that money off. I had to pay that. No, I had to pay.
Hitting civilian targets are all military. That's bullshit. The decel plant in Bahrain, that's not a military target. That provides drinking water and water for fucking massive amounts of people. Airports, ports,
Goodbye, bitch.
Jeez, like that girl has like the worst case of Iranian threats if I ever saw it. So